may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Rob.
Okay, Mr. Murdaugh. Murdaugh. Continuing on, the case of State v. Alex Murdaugh, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the Court.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor is aware, of course, that as we showed up for a pretrial hearing for a trial that will be going this week for the set of financial crimes as it related to the Satterfields, ultimately the parties agreed to a plea agreement to resolve the various financial crimes against Mr. Murdaugh in return for a negotiated sentence of 27 years in prison, that being 85% time that would have to be served before the possibility of any release. And obviously those are independent of the two existing life without parole sentences currently Mr. Murdaugh is serving for the murders of his wife and son. At that time, because that plea negotiation developed during the course of pretrial hearings, we deferred final acceptance of that negotiated plea until here today so that all the victims could be properly notified and be present and address the court if they so desired. And we have notified all the financial victims of the various indictments against Alec, and those who wanted to attend are either here or their representatives are here and will address the court at the appropriate time. But, Your Honor, I think it's important because we ultimately did the factual basis sort of on the fly, and I did go into great detail. But I said at that time that I wanted to spend a little bit more time sort of laying the table, setting the table, and putting a little bit more meat on the bones since we are here post-Thanksgiving about the nature of the schemes that Alex Murdaugh conducted. And I will kind of walk through those to not only reset the plea agreement, but also to provide, Your Honor, some of the paperwork so you can see how this scheme ultimately went down. One of the things I would say again is that this is a negotiated plea, and as Your Honor is well aware, what that means is, of course, is that Your Honor, after hearing everything, of course, will, and that includes hearing from the defense and the victims, would either accept the 27 years or reject it, depending on, obviously, Your Honor's view of all that information. But, Your Honor, to begin with this whole morass, again, I think the easiest way for me to walk back through it would be to go in chronological order and to, again, talk about not only the counts that are being pled to and what's being pled to, but also kind of remind Your Honor of the facts. And I do have some exhibits that I'm going to hand up to Your Honor as we move through this, and I've, of course, already provided copies to the defense.
Prior to proceeding, Mr. Harpootlian, do you have any introductory comments?
Your Honor, only to note that at a juncture after Mr. Waters finishes, we're going to hear from the victims, and I'm told this morning some of the lawyers. My concern is that the Victims' Bill of Rights guarantees the victims the ability to make a presentation. I have no problem with that whatsoever. There's going to be, I'm sure, extensive comments by them. But I'm concerned from what I read in social media about some of the lawyers making comments today. Some of them are they're going to express anger against me and Mr. Griffin and Mr. Murdaugh. Some of them are nakedly using this as an infomercial to sell coffee cups or T-shirts or bobbleheads in an effort to maximize their economic return on this process. I would ask the court either to have the victims speak or the attorneys, but not both. And if the attorneys do speak, they address They're comments to you and not to us, and their comments should exhibit the demeanor of this courtroom, not some sort of marketing ploy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harpootlian, and certainly we will maintain the civility and proper decorum of the court. The parties are entitled, victims are entitled to representation, and the lawyers can speak on the victim's behalf, addressing the court and not addressing counsel. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, just to kind of set the table, we all know through this entire process, through the murder trial, through my comments from the initial proceeding we had at this plea, of the power and the influence and the family legacy that was exercised, that was so important to Alex Murdaugh, and the trust that his family name and that law license on the wall had in that community and in the state in its entirety. And with the staff at the firm and with the people at the bank. And there were so many individuals that were trusting of Alex Murdaugh, and that is how this decade-long scheme was able to take place. And ultimately, we had people who came to Mr. Murdaugh for help, people that he told he was going to help, and in many instances, there was significant funds that Mr. Murdaugh paid to those individuals. But that was how the scheme usually worked. It was a sleight of hand. It was where he was handing them a check and had their focus on that he was able to steal money from them behind their back. It was the fact that he used things like Palmetto State Bank and what we've called the fake forge on these disbursement sheets and told his staff to fill those out. And then those go to the finance office at the firm. And it looks legitimate. And your average staff member who is going to never question a powerful senior partner, but these look like legitimate expenditures. And so that was that trust, that power, that influence, that was the only way that these schemes were able to take place. And throughout this investigation, Your Honor, and this ultimately, when we first got involved, the state grand jury first got involved, it was late August of 2021, and I described it before as leading to a whirlwind state grand jury investigation because the side of the road happened not long after that, and we realized that we needed to devote a lot of resources to figuring out what's going on here because something certainly was rotten there and we needed to explore it. And that's one of the things that, along with investigating the murders, that we focused on. And I want to say this, I'm obviously standing here as a representative of the Attorney General's Office of Attorney General Alan Wilson, and obviously Attorney General Wilson, I'm standing here in his shoes. He's obviously been heavily involved in this case as well. You saw him at the murder trial. And we've come to this result for a lot of reasons. And the reasons are, and the main reason is that, first of all, we have these admissions from Alex Murdaugh that he committed all these crimes. We're able to detail those for Your Honor and frankly for the world because it's important that the South Carolina judicial system have accountability for those that abuse it, and it's important that we explore the manner in which it was done in some detail so we can see how easy it was for power and influence and trust to be used to steal millions of dollars for years and years. Obviously, as we began that state grand jury investigation with our partners at SLED, and I have a number of SLED agents that worked so hard on this case and on the murder case that are sitting out there that were instrumental as we started to develop this case and worked so very hard. But I want to say this as well, is that as we started to go through this morass of documents and financial documents and bank statements and checks, and again, I have a lot of the state grand jury staff sitting here. I've mentioned my co-counsel Johnny James and our forensic accountant Carson Burney a couple of times, who are also very instrumental in those early days in going through those. And we worked very hard. But I do have to say that we received a lot of cooperation through that process from the very early days, from the first grand jury testimony back in October and November of 2021. We received a lot of cooperation from the firm formerly known as PMPED. They had provided their staff members, their financial people who had done a lot of review themselves. The lawyers in the firm had done a lot of review, and they were able to provide us some of those documents that started this investigation, that gave us breadcrumbs that we were able to follow. And so they've been cooperative throughout that process. Similarly, Palmetto State Bank. Your Honor is, of course, aware that we've indicted Russell Lafitte, who has yet to be tried and therefore is presumed innocent until found guilty. But the bank, who was also in many respects in those early schemes, conversion of those Palmetto State Bank checks was how this scheme took place. And the bank similarly has been very cooperative in doing its own investigation, but also in providing access to documents and providing access to bank staff, and some of whom you saw testify at the financial trial and at the federal trial of Mr. Lafitte. So those entities have been cooperative to us through this process, but ultimately, and I described this before, but I think it needs saying again, that we can talk about what the lawyers did and the Attorney General's staff did and the state grand jury did and SLED did and our other law enforcement partners did and what the firm did and the bank did as we tried to put together and be able to tell this long story of how this man was able to steal for so long from the system. But as I described before, the other people that were so crucial to that were the actual clients, the victims, and their representatives. And I described before, Your Honor, particularly in those very early days, having to sit down with those victims as we were getting started and starting to put together some of those first cases and having to look them to the eye and say, I need your help to tell your story. I need your help. We can't make change. We can't expose what's happened unless you tell your story. And I described it before, there was a palpable fear, particularly among those early victims, in coming forward because of the power, because of the influence, because of the belief that no one would ever do anything about what had been going on. And I told them that we would see this through to its conclusion, that we would be committed to it, and again, to a man or a woman, those individuals that I sat at a conference table much like this, looked them in the eye, and they ultimately agreed to come forward knowing full well their name would be out there, and they came forward knowing full well that they would have to go testify in front of the state grand jury, and they knew full well that they would have to testify. And that, Your Honor, again, was true courage, because I heard over and over again, Mr. Waters, again, you don't understand. I have to live there. You don't understand who you're messing with. But they still came forward, and that really was crucial to development of all these financial crimes, which ultimately not only exposed this long-standing scheme of how a lawyer can abuse the system, but really put in context everything else that happened through the course of Alex Murdaugh's life. Your Honor, I have what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 1 that I will hand up, and this is just a timeline of how the financial crimes developed throughout the course of this scheme. And as I described before, and again, I'm going to try to walk through this as quickly as I can, but the first thing that we had was that Alec ran into some financial trouble in 2008, 2009. We all know the recession happened. And after that, he had a number of early large recoveries. And it caused his partners and people around him, because the legitimate fees from those cases were so extensive, to believe that he ultimately had righted the ship. And he did take those legitimate fees, but he was also borrowing so much money, and he then started to steal from those large recoveries. And Your Honor, the first one that is part of the state grand jury cases is Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinckney. And Your Honor, there was a catastrophic accident there. It left Hakeem quadriplegic he ultimately passed away. And Mr. Murdaugh came to the hospital to offer to represent them. One of the things that he had done was had Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank appointed as a conservator, and that became crucial to this particular scheme. And ultimately, when those recoveries came in, and they were quite extensive, he was able to steal some of those. And the next exhibit I have, Your Honor, that I would hand up. And Your Honor, I would ask, not that first one, but this exhibit, we've redacted account numbers from it, but there is extensive financial information in there. And we would ask that these exhibits, which I think are important for Your Honor to see, but that they remain under seal this time just because they do have financial information in them.
All of them? Or just?
Not the first one.
No objection.
All right, I'm going to hand up this exhibit right there. And Your Honor, this is the exhibit as it relates to Hakeem Pinckney. And what you see on that first page and on the second page is really the hard work that was done in this case. Because it's one thing to determine that a check went from where it was supposed to be and somehow ended up in Alex Murdaugh's world. But it was another thing to figure out exactly how that money was spent and how that money was dispersed. And ultimately, you can see here on that page that when Alex Murdaugh, and this would be on December 20th, 2011, stole the $309,581.46, that when we looked and traced how that money was spent, a large portion of it went to go to pay back a personal loan from Charles Lafitte, to pay his father, to pay the Hannah Plyler conservatorship, which is another conservatorship that Alex Murdaugh had set up in a case that he had where he had Russell Lafitte named as the conservator. And then ultimately he started to have, and Russell started to lend money from that conservatorship to Alex to keep Alex afloat, to keep him afloat on those many loans that he had with Palmetto State Bank that Russell Lafitte had given him. There's another conservatorship, Malik Williams, that substantial monies went to. But Your Honor, if you flip over to the last page of that exhibit, you'll see a disbursement sheet right here. And these are very indicative of how easy it was ultimately to steal. These disbursement sheets have the recovery amount at the top. They have the various sources, the insurance companies in there, and then they have the legal fees, which tended to be anywhere from 33 to 40% of, in this instance, a very, very large recovery. Costs and expenses and loans and medical bills. And then down at the bottom, there's just a simple thing that says disbursement to client, and it has Palmetto State Bank, $309,581.46. And based on those disbursement sheets that Alex Murdaugh would cause his staff to prepare, then the finance office at the firm would have those checks cut, as they were told to do by this man right there. And once he had that check cut to Palmetto State Bank, he would take it to Russell Lafitte at the bank, and then Russell, having a check in his hand made out to Palmetto State Bank, would then convert that money to Alex's benefit in the manner in which he said. And in many instances, it was to pay back loans that Russell Lafitte had either given Alex Murdaugh to keep him afloat from the Plyler conservatorship or from other actual bank loans, to the point where Alex had gotten so much in hock to Russell Lafitte that Russell Lafitte was in hock to Alex Murdaugh. And in many instances, these loans, particularly early on, were used to stop Alex Murdaugh's financial situation from falling apart and from all of those loans going into default, much less the fact of being exposed that Mr. Lafitte and Alex together had been loaning themselves money from a conservatorship meant for the benefit of two minor girls.
Did you say in hot or?
In hock, H-O-C-K.
In hock.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, the first one, that being the Hakeem Pinckney, that is Alex is pleading to a representative count for each victim, but that was 2022 GS 4702 count 1, breach of trust $10,000 or more, and he's agreed to a 10-year penalty for that particular one. Your Honor, the next one that I'll hand up deals with Natasha Thomas. And this is Stage 3 for purposes of this proceeding. And this one again, Your Honor, this was she was in the same particular accident, and there were two different thefts that were taken in this particular one. One of them was on December 20th, 2011, and that was for $325,000. Again, Mr. Murdaugh had Russell Lafitte appointed as conservator for Natasha Thomas, who was a minor at the time. And if we look on the last page of this exhibit, we will see an amount down at the bottom. There's disbursements to clients, and you see the various disbursements that are going out. But the last one says Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank, for $325,000. And again, the staff does as they're told by Mr. Murdaugh, and they cut that check from the trust account for $325,000 made out to Palmetto State Bank. And Alex Murdaugh is then able to convert that money, and actually converts all $325,000 of it to pay back a loan from his father. Your Honor, that is 2022 GS 4701 count 1, to which he's pleading guilty related to Natasha Thomas. That's breach of trust, $10,000 or more, and he's agreed to a 10-year sentence on that one. Your Honor, also in this particular exhibit, we have and this was very typical, that a lien was held back to pay off, in this instance, Medicaid. And it was very common for plaintiffs' lawyers, this is very common, very accepted, and very usual, to hold back, give initial disbursements to clients, but then hold back monies to pay off medical liens and other liens that need to come out of that recovery. And it's very common, again, for them to then negotiate with those medical providers or whoever else, and then, if they can, get them to accept something less than the full amount. So if they can get them to accept 70%, then what they're supposed to do is then return that additional money to their client. Hey, great news, I'm a great lawyer. I managed to settle those liens for less, and here's an additional amount of money on top of what I've already given you that you weren't expecting. But what we found, of course, was that that became a very easy delta that would allow Alex Murdaugh to steal funds. And ultimately, we see that second theft from amounts that involved Natasha Thomas, ultimately did pay some liens, but instead of returning that money to Natasha Thomas, as Alex Murdaugh was supposed to do, instead he had another check cut to Palmetto State Bank and made out to Palmetto State Bank, took it to Russell Lafitte, and had that money converted for his own personal use, and pretty much had it converted to cash, and ultimately had it converted to cash, including $9,000 cash, which is obviously a very interesting number in that it's meant to stay under that $10,000 threshold. Your Honor, I mentioned before that he had Russell Lafitte appointed as a conservator, and they had been borrowing money from a different conservatorship. Russell had been loaning money to Alex Murdaugh from that conservatorship. Russell Lafitte had been loaning money to himself from that conservatorship, and that money needed to be paid back. And so ultimately, I'm going to hand out what's been marked as States 5. And ultimately, he had yet another huge recovery, and that involved the case of Arthur Badger, whose family was in a catastrophic accident, severely injured his children, killed his wife. And Mr. Murdaugh told him the case would only be worth a certain amount. And during the course of this, and this was very common, Mr. Badger had to get money to pay loans. He had to pay his bills. And what we found in this particular case was that Mr. Murdaugh ultimately settled globally a lot of these claims and had the civil defense lawyers there allocate the money in a certain way so that he could ultimately hand a very large check to Mr. Badger, more in line with what he was expecting him to receive. But he structured so much of the money going into Arthur Badger's sort of part of the ledger that he was able to steal $1.325 million from that particular claim. And if you look at that first page, you'll see the tracing exhibit from the state grand jury and all the work that was done there. But you can see, for example, in one instance, he paid off a credit card balance that he had with this money over $150,000. He used this money also to pay back the conservatorship that I previously mentioned, that he was getting money loaned to him by Russell Lafitte for over $482,000. And those are just some of the expenditures that we see on this particular theft. The other thing is very interesting, is you'll see at the very back, you'll see an email, and this is from Russell Lafitte to Alex Murdaugh, and he says, Alex, can you get Jeannie, who is the CFO at the law firm, to recut the check as follows? And then you can see some amounts that are down below there that were cut that way. And they were cut that way so that it could break up that money, and then that money could be used to give the illusion of regular payments, to really to fuse out a huge amount, like $1.325 million, in order that slowly, over a period of time, Alex could convert that money, and again, in large measure, to pay back loans that had come to him from that prior conservatorship. And again, throughout that, there were a number of loans that were cut to Palmetto State Bank, and they were essentially cut in a manner that Russell Lafitte had Alex cut them that way, and then they were ultimately stolen all the way from February of 2013 through May of 2014. And so ultimately, it was a very involved scheme. Because it was such a large amount, they had to cut it up. They had to make it look like it was coming at different times from different sources. And that is how, over the course of that long period of time, Alex was able to steal that money through use of Palmetto State Bank. Your Honor, this is 2022 GS 4703, count 1, to which Alex is pleading to breach of trust over $10,000 and has agreed to a 10-year sentence. Next one I'll hand up to Your Honor is State's Exhibit 6. And this individual was Dion Martin. And Dion Martin was in a head-on collision with a drunk driver in 2012. He was on life support for a number of weeks, and a month after he was released, Alex Murdaugh called him and said, I'm going to help you, I'm going to represent you, and ultimately ended up settling the case without talking to him, ultimately covered up the paper so he couldn't really see what he was getting, but ultimately, like all of these, still gave Dion Martin very, very sizable funds. But if we look at this particular one, ultimately he was able to steal on October 7th, 2015, $338,056.14. And if you look on the back page of that exhibit, you can see that there's a disbursement there. It says disbursement to Forge, and it has that very amount on there. And again, this is where we see the scheme start to change a little bit. After the Badger theft and how much detail had to be engaged in with those checks to Palmetto State Bank, with Russell Lafitte sending emails asking Alex to cut it up different ways, to have that money dispersed in different manners, that got to be very, very difficult. So what Alex Murdaugh changed his scheme, and what he did was he went to Bank of America and again opened up a account in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh, doing business as Forge, and ultimately was able to get those checks cut to what we call the fake Forge. And again, the staff didn't question it because the legitimate Forge Consulting, which also was very cooperative throughout this case in providing information, was a company that served as a consultant providing services and linking plaintiffs to annuities where they could structure their settlements where they would get regular payments. And so when he could get that money make out to Forge, all he had to do was get on a disbursement sheet the word Forge, get a trust account check cut from the firm trust account made out to Forge, and then take it down to Bank of America and deposit it and convert it from there. Your Honor, that was the first theft from Mr. Dion Martin, and I'm going to return back to him in a minute. But one of the things that we see paid off from that theft of $338,000 was a $169,000 balance on a credit card. Your Honor, the next one, and I'm going in chronological order, is Johnny Bush, and I'm going to hand out what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8. I'm going to come back to Dion Martin in a minute, but this particular one was on June 9th, 2016, and Mr. Murdaugh is pleading guilty here for 2021 GS 4736, count 2 to computer crime, and he's agreeing to a 5-year sentence. And in this particular instance, Mr. Bush was a long-time friend of Mr. Murdaugh. He was in a car accident. He trusted Alexander Murdaugh. He mentioned that over and over again because Mr. Murdaugh referred to him as a brother. And anyway, Mr. Murdaugh settled the case without talking to Mr. Bush. And Mr. Bush signed the documents because, like he said, he trusted him. And ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able to get him to sign a disbursement sheet that had on it a disbursement to Forge for $95,000. And you can see that on the last page of this particular exhibit. And ultimately, again, that was in June of 2016 that he was able to steal that money from Mr. Bush. Going to the next one. This is Exhibit 9. And Your Honor, this particular one would be in August 11th, 2016. This is 2021 GS 4731, count 1, to which Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to breach of trust $10,000 or more and agreeing to a 10-year sentence for that particular crime. And in this particular instance, again, he had a case where there were disbursements, but he had a lien put on the disbursement sheet. The lien just said the word Forge for $70,000. And ultimately, again, he was able to take that $75,000, deposit it into his fake Forge account, and then convert it to his own use. And a lot of that was cash. A lot of that was payment to employees that he had, payment on credit cards that he had, including a payment on a credit card of over $21,000. Next one I'll hand up, Your Honor, is State's Exhibit 10. And this one is the case involving Jamie and Risher. And in this particular instance, Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to 2021 GS 4737, count 1, breach of trust $10,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 10-year sentence. And in this instance, he had been in a wreck. His family, Mr. Risher's family, had a long connection with the Murdaughs, and he was injured. He had a younger sister who was killed. And he, because of Mr. Murdaugh's name, because of the long family association, trusted Mr. Murdaugh and went to him for help. And ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh, again, was able to get him to sign a disbursement. Actually, in this particular instance, if you look at the last page, you see that there is no signature on there for Mr. Risher. It just has Mr. Murdaugh's signature, but it has on there a disbursement to Forge for $90,000. And in many instances, that's what would happen. Sometimes Mr. Murdaugh would get the clients to sign these disbursements, and they didn't realize that those disbursements were on there that he was going to steal. Other times, the records would reflect a disbursement that was never signed by the client. But ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh gets, based on this disbursement sheet, the staff to conduct, to cut a check from the trust account for $90,000 made out to Forge. He's then able to take that money, put it in his fake Forge account, and convert it to his personal use. On top of that, Mr. Murdaugh also misappropriated $5,504.94 in case expenses, which he billed to Austin Aviation for a trip to New York, a private plane service, limo service, and meals, that ultimately he was able to bill to Mr. Risher as if they were legitimate case expenses for this case, when instead that was a personal trip for Mr. Murdaugh, a luxury trip, which he then billed to a client and stole that money. All right, we're going back now to Mr. Martin. I'm going to hand up State's Exhibit 7. I mentioned Dion Martin before, and now we've moved to October 11th, 2016. He had already stolen, as I said before, over $338,000 from Mr. Martin over a year earlier. But now he's back, and in this instance, he gets a check cut from Fake Forge, made out for $45,000. And again, this had been part of money that was held in trust, supposedly to satisfy liens, but Mr. Murdaugh was able to then convert that money since it remained in the trust account, and on October 11th, 2016, again, he converted that $45,000. But very interesting, Your Honor, if you look on the last page of this one related to Dion Martin on the disbursement sheet, you will see that at the top it says, under the recovery amounts, it has structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn and has $500,000. That's a phantom recovery. That doesn't exist. He just put that number on there, and by doing so was essentially able to generate on his books $200,000 of attorney's fees. That's a phantom. It's a phantom, but it's credited to him on his books. So ultimately the firm was victimized in this regard, because in the end, it works out to about $185,000 in extra year-end bonus that went to him because of that phantom recovery that was on there. Going to the next matter. We'll hand up States 11. And we're back to the Pinckney matter that I mentioned before, that catastrophic wreck. In that particular case, Mr. Murdaugh represented Hakeem Pinckney. He had his friend Corey Fleming representing Hakeem's mother, Pamela Pinckney. Because she was driving, they were allied, but she still had to be named as a defendant. And ultimately, there remained in Corey Fleming's trust account $89,133.44. And even though the disbursements had happened in that case years and years before, even though Mr. Fleming had had a lot of direct contact with Mrs. P during the course of that and had disbursed money to her, who had direct communication with her all the time, in this particular instance, without calling her, Corey Fleming and Alex Murdaugh got together, and Corey Fleming had a check cut from the MKF, the Moss Coon and Fleming trust account, for that amount. Didn't call Miss P and say, oh, by the way, there's $89,000 belonging to you. Instead, he sent that to Alex Murdaugh at the trust account, and then Alex Murdaugh, once it's in the PMPED trust account, if you look on the last page, you'll see that he gets a disbursement sheet cut. There is no signature for any client or anything like that, but gets that check cut for $89,133.44, made out to Forge, puts that in his Fake Forge account, and ultimately converts that to his personal use. And one of the things that we see on this one that's interesting, we have a $23,000 and change payment to a credit card that he used with the stolen money. We also see over $20,000 of money that he took to a check cashing service to turn into cash. Your Honor, that particular one, again, was accounted for in 2022 GS 4702, count 3, to which I previously mentioned, to which he was pleading and agreed to a 10-year sentence. Your Honor, the next one is on May 16th, 2017, and this was the first check of what we call the double dip. And this is the one where Mr. Murdaugh is pled pursuant to Alford for stealing the repayment of the firm, from the firm, of money loaned by his brother Randy, and ultimately he pled under Alford to 2022 GS 4723 count 3 to money laundering $100,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 20-year sentence. I think it's very interesting, though, that we look at the date that first double-dip check goes in, and it's May 16th, 2017, which is the same day that also we have the check cut from the PMPED trust account check for Ms. P's money for the $89,000. Those both occurred on May 16th, 2017, and ultimately were converted for his personal use. Handing up the next exhibit is Exhibit 12. And the victim in this particular case is Randy Drawdy. And again, Mr. Drawdy was in a slip and fall accident. He trusted Mr. Murdaugh because from what he heard, Mr. Murdaugh had a good reputation. Ultimately, Mr. Drawdy felt like he needed more medical treatment, but he couldn't afford it. And he did receive some disbursement, but years and years and years go by. And ultimately, in this particular one, we see here a check, and this was money that was held to pay for a potential medical bill that remained in Mr. Murdaugh's trust account for years and years. But ultimately, he had $9,569.30 on October 3rd, 2017, cut to Fake Forge, and then converted that money to his own use, including money to cash, to the check cashing services, and other expenditures. And ultimately, it appears that this money, again, was withheld in liens. It stayed there for a long period of time, and I'm sure at some point someone came to Mr. Murdaugh and was like, why is this money still here? And so even though it was still less than $10,000, Mr. Murdaugh ultimately converted that to his own use. And to that, he is pleading to 2021 GS 4732 count 1, breach of trust, $2,000 to $10,000, and agreeing to a 5-year sentence. Next exhibit, Your Honor, is State's Exhibit 13. And this involves Jordan Jenks. And Mr. Jenks is here present in the courtroom today. Mr. Jenks knew the Murdaughs well and considered him a friend, and ultimately said that Mr. Murdaugh pushed him to settle the case for an amount that he thought was less than what he was expecting. And he also knew that there was money that had been withheld in trust if the insurance company ever came and claimed it, was what he was told, Mr. Jenks was told by Alex Murdaugh. And he also knew that Murdaugh was busy first with the boat accident and then with the murders, and didn't want to bother him. And if we look at this particular exhibit, there was, if we look on the disbursement page, the first one, and this is 3 pages from the back, Your Honor, there was $150,000 in liens that were withheld for Blue Choice Health Plan. But instead of satisfying those liens, instead of doing right by his friend, Mr. Murdaugh instead cut one disbursement for $65,000 and another disbursement for $85,000 from that $150,000 that he had withheld, and had those made out to Forge and deposited into his Fake Forge account. And then ultimately converted all of that to his own personal use. And you can see on the first page, the tracing exhibit, how he converted that to his personal use. Your Honor, for that particular one, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4735, count 5, to forgery for a 10-year sentence.
With regard to these various exhibits, including number 13, the disbursements to C.E. Smith, Eddie Smith, can you explain those?
Yeah, there were a lot of monies, as Your Honor has heard about, that were dispersed through Curtis Eddie Smith. And ultimately, and I'll get to that particular count, but he's pled to a conspiracy count involving the amount of money that had gone through that Mr. Murdaugh ultimately, from converted funds, then had cut to Eddie Smith, and those monies were ultimately converted for narcotics and other purposes. You can see, though, that Mr. Murdaugh would often have those checks cut to Eddie Smith using different names. There would be, and that's why you can see on the tracing exhibit, you can see that there's different mechanisms or different names in which that's listed. There's C.E. Smith, sometimes it would be Eddie Smith, sometimes it would be Curtis Smith. There were a myriad of different ways that Mr. Murdaugh would have those checks cut. Sometimes they would refer to work that was being done that was not being done. Sometimes they would refer to auto purchases that were not happening. But ultimately, that was one of the ways in which Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert the cash that he was stealing to his own use was through routing checks through Curtis Eddie Smith. Your Honor, next exhibit I'll hand up is Stage 14. And Your Honor, this is the first of the Gloria Satterfield checks to which he is pleading guilty. And this is dated January 7th, 2019, 2021 GS 4730, count 4. He's pleading to, for this, false pretenses and agreeing to a 10-year sentence. And there are 2 other charges he's pleading that I'll get to here in a minute, but I'm doing these in chronological order. I detailed at the prior proceeding how Gloria Satterfield was the longtime housekeeper for Mr. Murdaugh and his family. Ms. Satterfield's family, her sons trusted Mr. Murdaugh. There had been a long-time family relationship there. Ms. Satterfield, in February of 2019, not of February 2019, but Ms. Satterfield had fallen at the Murdaugh home and ultimately passed away. And Mr. Murdaugh approached the family, and some of the Satterfield family is here and is going to address the court. And he approached the family and said, I'm going to help you. I'm going to make sure that Ms. Satterfield's sons are taken care of. And ultimately, I've detailed the entire timeline, which I won't go through extensively here again. But he ultimately involved his friend Corey Fleming. They got an initial recovery of $403,500. Well, that's the ultimate amount he cut to himself. It was $505,000. At that point in time, Tony Satterfield was the PR, but instead of advising Tony that the first recovery had come in, instead they involved Chad Westendorf at Palmetto State Bank, who really served as a patsy. Mr. Fleming and Mr. Murdaugh dealt with Mr. Westendorf and told him they would take care of everything, they would handle everything, they would make sure that the money went to the boys, that this money was being set up for a structure with the boys. Don't worry about communicating with the Satterfields. We've got this. But of course, the Satterfields were kept in the dark throughout the entire process. And unlike many of the other schemes where Mr. Murdaugh was able to successfully steal because he had handed a big check to these clients, so therefore they're paying attention to that life-changing money and not realizing what's really going on. In this particular instance, as I will detail, Mr. Murdaugh stole every dime of what ultimately was a very, very large recovery. And I will talk a little bit more about that. And I know I detailed that last time. I'm not going to go through the whole thing again, but suffice it to say that Mr. Murdaugh conspired with his friend Corey Fleming, who he had represent the Satterfields, to get Chad Westendorf, keep him in the dark, keep him as a patsy so that he would not really know what was going on. And ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able then to convert sizable portions of this money. And this is the first exhibit right here. This is the first Satterfield one. Again, this is January 9th, 2019. And this ultimately had Corey Fleming cut a check for $403,500 made out just to the single word forge. And then he was able to put that into his fake forge account and ultimately convert that to his own personal use. And what's very interesting about that is if you look on the front on the on the tracing sheet, you will see the vast majority of that money was used to pay on the sizable loans that Mr. Murdaugh had with Palmetto State Bank that were constantly in danger of going into default. We see a payment for $104,000 on Moselle. We see payments on Redbeard and Zero United. And so again, that money was necessary. Mr. Murdaugh needed to get that money in there, needed to get that money so that he could pay those loans that he had outstanding and stay one step ahead of the game, stay on what I've called an exhausting hamster wheel to stop that thing from coming off the rails. Because the second it comes off the rails, then somebody comes looking and all of this falls apart. And one way that could have happened is if he ultimately were to default on all these loans that he had with Palmetto State Bank. Because if that were to happen, then the bank, no matter how long this relationship had been, is going to be looking at what's been going on here. And so ultimately it was very crucial to get this money in and pay on those particular loans. All right, going in order here, Your Honor, I'm going to come back to the Satterfields. I'm going to hand out what's been marked as States 15. And Your Honor, this was the case of the estate of Blondell Gary. And in this particular instance, and had testimony from her survivor. Her mother, who was Blondell Gary, had passed, and she met with Mr. Murdaugh a week later, and he ultimately settled the case without talking to her. And ultimately, there was some money that was being withheld to determine whether or not another individual was an appropriate beneficiary under this particular case. And that was why it was explained to them that they were withholding this money, but instead of Mr. Murdaugh doing what he said he was going to do, when he was able to withhold that money, he was able then to get it converted to a fake forged check. And we can see on the last page, we can see that forged structure. It says $112,500. And again, and Ms. Gary is sitting there. She's being explained. That's why that money is being withheld. But ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert it to his own use. And again, he had a lot of that to go for his own expenses, for his own cash. Money went to Curtis Eddie Smith. Sizable portions of it went there, as well as a myriad of personal expenses that you can see on the first page of that tracing exhibit. Your Honor, for that particular crime, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4733, count 2, money laundering, $100,000 or more, for which he has agreed to a 20-year sentence. State's Exhibit 16. This is the big one, Your Honor. This is the check from the big recovery that Alex Murdaugh, in collusion with Corey Fleming, were able to get in the Satterfield case. And ultimately, after Mr. Fleming took his sizable legal fees, had a check cut from the Moskun and Fleming trust account for $2,961,931.95 and made out to the single word forge, and then had that personally delivered to Alex Murdaugh, who then was able to convert every dime of that money for his own personal use. And again, throughout all of that, and so all of this came to light till after the side of the road and people started looking, ultimately the Satterfields had never saw one thin dime of that money. They never received one thin dime of the money that went through Corey Fleming, that went through Alex Murdaugh. And it was all converted for his personal use, this particular check. Your Honor, for that particular crime, he's pleading, again, 2021 GS 4730, count 5 to money laundering, $100,000 or more. That's a 20-year sentence, and that will be the lead sentence for the case. I will get to later the additional 7 consecutive years. That's the other lead sentence that will total that 27 years of 85% time. But this 2.9, by far being the biggest amount, is one of the lead sentences in the particular case. And again, you can see how this money, and the extensive amount of work that was done, that was to trace how that money ultimately was spent. But just to give some examples, we have a payment of, look on page 2, Your Honor, a payment on of over $609,000 on a loan on which his father was a co-signer at the bank. We see a $500,000 payment on a loan relating to Moselle. We see over $132,000 going to C.E. Smith. We see repayments to one of his law partners of over $304,000. We see payments to his father for a loan for $385,000. We also see payment on a credit card down at the bottom there of $146,968.06. So again, stealing this money, we're getting to a critical point for Mr. Murdaugh. Stealing this money was necessary, again, to keep afloat and to pay back all these extensive loans that he had taken from the bank, to pay back these loans he had taken from his father, to pay back these loans he had taken from his law partners, to pay back six-figure credit card balances, as well as all the other expenditures that are listed on there. Next one I'll hand up to your honors is State 17. And the victim in this particular case is Christopher Anderson. And your honor, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4734 count 2, money laundering $100,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 20-year sentence. And ultimately, in this particular case, he was able to convert through a disbursement statement that just said settlement proceeds to Forge $750,000. And once he had that amount made out to Forge, and again this check was on February 20th, 2020, he was then able to convert this money to his own personal use. And you can see the tracing exhibit on the front, all the personal expenses that were being paid through that money, a lot of online withdrawals and banking transfers, but also payments to Palmetto State Bank loans for over $104,000, a lot of money going to Curtis Eddie Smith, and then just general other personal expenditures. Next one I'll hand up is States 18. And this is the final Satterfield check, Your Honor. Again, over a year has gone by from the $2.9 million check, from that $3.8 million settlement. Again, the Satterfield family is unaware that a single dime has been recovered. And ultimately, there's still money remaining in the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming trust account. And so Alex Murdaugh, in October again of 2020, has a check cut by Corey Fleming from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming trust account for $118,000 made out to just the single word Forge and delivered to him, which he then converts to his own use. You can see cash withdrawals of over $22,000. You can see over $28,000 to Eddie Smith, as well as other expenditures. And this, of course, is around the time also that they then have the stipulation of dismissal signed in the Satterfield case that doesn't have the caption. They do not advise the attorneys for either Nautilus or the prior insurance companies. Instead, Corey Fleming signs it, and he has Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, not the defense attorney, but the defendant himself, sign that stipulation dismissal in conjunction with having this forged check cut to Mr. Murdaugh for $118,000. Your Honor, that is 2021 GS 4730 count 8, to which he's also pleading to money laundering $100,000 or more and agreeing to a 20-year sentence. Next one is States 19. This is the estate of Sandra Taylor. This one really gets to me, and her mother, Elise Mallory, testified. Her daughter was killed by a drunk driver, leaving behind 3 minor children. And I've talked to her extensively. And she went to Mr. Murdaugh because she heard he was the best in town. And he kept telling her and lowering over and over again how much the case was worth. And if there ever was a more acute example of trust, it was Miss Mallory and Mr. Murdaugh. She put this case in his hands, and he kept coming back and saying that the case was worth less and less and less, until eventually he told her that the case was only going to be worth $30,000, $10,000 for each one of those children. And she believed him. Because like many people, $30,000 is a lot of money. The reality is that Mr. Murdaugh, with his insatiable need for cash, settled that case for $183,528 because he needed the money. And then he had a disbursement sheet that wasn't signed by Miss Mallory, executed, in which he put on their attorney's fees of $30,000. You can see that on the last page. And then had the rest of the money, $152,866, made out to Forge, and then converted that money to his own benefit. And that was on November 30th, 2020. $23,500 of that was cash withdrawals for his benefit. $29,000 went to C.E. Smith, and then more went to other versions of that name. Paid $20,000 on a credit card. And Miss Mallory, those children, like the Satterfields, who were also the most prime example of trust in this case, the people that trusted him more than anyone, the Satterfields and Miss Mallory, like the Satterfields, she didn't get one thin dime of that money. And Mr. Murdaugh even went so far as to go back to the firm and say, hey, I feel bad that I wasn't able to get that much from Miss Mallory. Can we refund the $30,000 to her? Because he told her that. He said, I can only get $30,000 in this case, and because, out of the goodness of my heart, I'm not going to take a legal fee. That's what he told her. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'm not going to take a legal fee. I'm just going to get you that $30,000. But the problem was he'd already dispersed the money. He'd already dispersed the $30,000 to the firm. And he went back to the firm and said, and telling them a different lie, telling them, hey, I would like to just refund that $30,000. I don't want to take a fee. Just refund that to her. Obviously what he was going to do was then give her that $30,000, which is what he had promised her was going to be the recovery all along. But the firm was like, no, the fees are paid. No, we're not doing that. And so Miss Mallory never got one dime. For that crime, Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to 2021 GS 4738, count 2, money laundering, $100,000 or more, and he is agreeing to that, to a 7-year sentence that is consecutive to the 20-year sentence of 2021 GS 4730, count 5. And those would, again, be the lead sentences for the total of 27 years at 85% time as a result of this plea here today. Your Honor, our next exhibit, Exhibit 20. In this particular instance, this was another instance in which Mr. Murdaugh was able to steal fees from the firm. This particular matter, he represented the individual, and ultimately he had cut 2 disbursement sheets. Number one, at the very last page of this exhibit in the disbursement sheet, he had the MPED attorney's fee, and then in parentheses the word forge for $83,333.33. Your Honor, that was from May 12th, 2021. And that particular fee made out to forge instead of going into the firm as it should. It was made out to fake forge, and Alec again was able to convert that money to his own use, cash withdrawals, payments to associates, the standard things that we see. He also had a second disbursement sheet cut in which it said forge on it, $91,867.50. That check was cut on December 16th, 2020. And again, ultimately, those were cut from the client trust account. Should have represented legal fees, but instead were diverted by Mr. Murdaugh into his forge account and converted to his personal use. And it's that last sheet, Your Honor, that where it says attorney's fees forge, that along with one of the ones I'm about to talk about next, the Ferris matter, or the matter involving Chris Wilson, those were 2 of the things that the firm had started to notice as everything started to come apart. And Your Honor, of course, has heard about the confrontation, the discussions between Jeannie Seckinger and Annette Griswold and Mr. Murdaugh about where the Ferris fees were. But the other thing that had caught staff's attention, that had caught Jeannie Seckinger's attention, was this Hirschberger matter and whether or not some fees had been diverted there. And it was not until months after the murders that a couple of things happened at the same time. The firm, Jeannie Seckinger, was looking back at this Hirschberger matter, concerned about what that was. Around that same time, Annette Griswold found the actual Ferris check that had been made out to Mr. Murdaugh instead of the firm. And what I'm going to talk about here in a minute, Thomas Moore, they started to look around, and that led them to identify the initial fake forge matters that led to them confronting Alec, terminating him, announcing that he had been stealing money, to which he's admitting today. And of course, the side of the road followed not long after that. Your Honor, for that, the Hirschberger matter, he's pleading to 2022 GS 4724 count 3, false pretenses, and agreeing to a 10-year sentence. Next exhibit I will hand up is Exhibit 21. Your Honor, this one is the matter involving Thomas Moore. In this instance, he was representing Mr. Moore, who had been injured in a wreck. Mr. Moore is a trooper who had been injured in the line of duty. Ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh had arranged for a recovery, did not advise Mr. Moore, did not tell him money had come in, and had a disbursement sheet cut for $125,000, you can see on the last page. Ultimately forged Mr. Moore's signature on there, and then had that dispersed to fake forge. This was on January 29th, 2021. And ultimately, you can see on the first page how a lot of that money was being dispersed, including to cash withdrawals, various iterations of the name Eddie Smith, the cash services business for $14,000, and other matters as well. For that, Your Honor, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4727 count 2, money laundering, 20 years or more. Again, all of these 20-year money launderings are 85% offenses, and ultimately he's pleading guilty to that one as well. next hand up State's Exhibit 22. Your Honor, this is the matter involving Chris Wilson. And as Your Honor will recall, Mr. Murdaugh had split this case with his friend Chris Wilson and another attorney. They had tried the case in, I believe, December of 2020, and bench tried it and had received a sizable recovery in the early months of 2021. Mr. Murdaugh, again, was in a desperate position needing cash and could not have these fees go into the firm because, again, the way the firm payment structure worked would be that he would not receive the majority of that money until the end of 2021 when the firm paid its overhead, settled up on its agreement, and then split up the remaining monies based on each attorney's individual contribution to that year's revenue. And ultimately, he had, on March 10th, 2021, a check cut for $192,000, March 23rd, 2021, $375,000, and April 20th, 2021 for $225,000, and had those all made out from the Chris Wilson's trust account representing the fees that should have gone to the firm, and had those made out to him personally and deposited it and spent for his own personal use. And it was those particular checks that led to, when the expenses came in, led to the whole inquiry from the firm, PMPED, back to Chris Wilson's office on where are the fees? Where are the fees? We got the expense check. And Your Honor, of course, has heard testimony about that issue percolating and the fact that it was even discussed on June 7th, 2021. And after June 7th, 2021, of course, no one was really paying attention to those matters anymore for a number of months. And one of the things that Mr. Murdaugh was able to do was borrow money from a law partner, and was able to borrow money from the bank, and got $600,000 and sent that back to Chris Wilson, and then told Chris Wilson a lie. Pretty much said, hey, I've got some things moving around. I'm going to send you the $600 right now. I'll get you the $192. But can you go ahead and tell the firm that all that money is in your trust account, which would solve the problem, because then that would stop the inquiry. And so ultimately that happened. Chris Wilson sent an email and said, those monies are in my trust account. And when, of course, everything crashed and burned following Labor Day of 2021, Mr. Wilson confronted Mr. Murdaugh, and Mr. Murdaugh admitted that he had been stealing and admitted that he didn't have that $192,000. And ultimately, those were the basis for the indictments in 2021 GS 4728, counts 1, which represents the diversion of the fees from the firm of $792,000, pleading to false pretenses on that for a 10-year sentence, and then count 7 representing that 192, not to double count it, but representing the 192 that he defrauded his friend Chris Wilson out of, and that's false pretenses to which he's agreeing to a 10-year sentence. Your Honor, additionally, Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to 2022 GS 4710, count 1, and that is a criminal conspiracy, Your Honor, between him and Curtis Eddie Smith. And the dates are from October 2013 through February 2021, and ultimately those deal with the conversion of a lot of these funds from whatever source through checks to Curtis Eddie Smith. They're related to a lot of illegal purposes, including narcotics. That total being at least $2,413,754.79. Finally, Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to 2022 GS 4734 count 9, and that represents his willful evasion of taxes for all of this ill-gotten gains, and that total from all those years is $619,391. Those are the crimes to which he's pleading here today, and the result of the exhaustive investigation that's been done here. And Your Honor, there were 101 offenses. And people might say, why are we resolving this in this manner? And the reason for that, there are a lot of reasons for that. Ultimately, we're having here a guilty plea in which Mr. Murdaugh is admitting his guilt, and we have gone and been able to detail the manner in which the system was abused. Mr. Murdaugh is waiving his appellate rights, and within the law, his post-conviction rights, which means for this plea here today, there is certainty, as much as the law will allow, that he will serve at least 85% of that 27-year sentence if Your Honor ultimately accepts this result. Whatever happens with any other litigation, we ensure with this result here today that Mr. Murdaugh will stay in state prison for what is most likely the remainder of his life. And that's aside from the 2 life sentences that Your Honor previously imposed upon him. But we have to remember that this result here today is not for the murders. This result here today is for those white-collar offenses. And 27 years at 85%, Your Honor, is more than anyone can think of, state or federal, that someone has received for white-collar offenses. It's more than Enron. It's more than WorldCom. It's more than Carolina Investors. It represents a singular accountability for white-collar offenses, the likes of which no one can find another example, state or federal, throughout the country. It spares a lot of these smaller counties what Colleton County already had to endure, and that is the expense in some of these smaller counties with less resources of these trials. It spares these victims those trials and gives them accountability here today. And means that ultimately we can be assured that there is an accountability for Mr. Murdaugh solely for the white collar, unlike anything anyone has seen. And we can be assured that he's not leaving state prison. He's staying in South Carolina State Prison where he belongs, because these were South Carolina crimes committed in South Carolina courtrooms, just like this one here, and South Carolina state court actions before South Carolina judges, just like you, Your Honor. Those are some of the reasons why this is a unique result. an appropriate result. Because although Mr. Murdaugh is facing an accountability just for white-collar offenses, unlike perhaps anyone ever, the course of conduct that we've identified through all of those exhibits, lasting for all that time period, involving so many victims, in amounts that may have been insignificant to him but were massive to them, the wreckage that he has left through the legal system, the distrust of the legal system that he has caused, deserve a singular accountability more than anyone has ever heard of. And that is why this sentence is appropriate. Ultimately, the firm, PMPED, who I mentioned, has been very cooperative with this investigation. The bank has been very cooperative with this investigation. And we've indicted, in investigating this case, we've indicted the individuals that the grand jury found probable cause that there was criminality, which is a different thing from civil liability. And Your Honor knows there's all kinds of civil actions and civil matters that still remain associated with the wreckage and the morass that this man has caused. And that is not, all of that is not for this courtroom here today. This is to resolve criminality. And ultimately, the firm has paid net amounts back to the victims that I've discussed here today. And that is not to say that those victims may still have claims outstanding. It is only to say that they have paid back net amounts. And in many instances, that would be the exact amount that Alex stole from them. Not dealing with other issues that may be out there, like the loss of the money for all that period of time, or the appropriateness of attorney's fees, or things like that. Those are for a different forum. The firm has, though, cooperated. The firm has paid those net amounts back to those victims so that none of them are currently empty-handed. Doesn't mean that anyone was ever made whole by what this man has done, because I don't know that that's possible. Ultimately, Your Honor, I want to hand up a couple more exhibits. Your Honor, this is simply a sheet that has been provided by the law firm, going through a number of those victims, monies that they have paid, those net amounts, other costs to them. And again, this is not to settle on a restitutionary figure. This is just to give Your Honor an example of some of the expenditures that are out there. And I've discussed this with the defense. I'm giving these figures up to Your Honor, but assuming that this plea gets accepted here today, our plan is to ultimately work with the defense and with all the various parties to come up with a figure that is appropriate for a restitutionary amount, even though we all know that in the end, the well is dry, and the well was bled dry by this man. This next exhibit details the tax liability and the amounts I identified before, representing the loss to the state of South Carolina for the tax revenue. This next exhibit, which was an exhibit at the murder trial as well, Exhibit 25, represents the confession of judgment to the Satterfields for $4,305,000. The final two exhibits are sort of summaries of some of that related to the criminality in this courtroom today. And again, I want to be clear, the criminality in this courtroom today is to address the victims for which there were indictments and not to address all the claims that may be out there, all the claims that some of these victims may have, all the claims that the parties may have with each other. That's not the purpose of a criminal proceeding, but this is an effort for today's purposes, for acceptance of this plea, for exposure to the world of the extent of damage wrought by Alex Murdaugh, to put some numbers on it. And if we look at that first example, if we look at those various factors that I've identified, we see a total of $12,425,254.32. There have been some offsetting claims as it relates to the firm, and even if you count for those, we're looking at $8,548,488.26. To say numbers like that out loud, to detail these involved schemes for this period of time, is unique and unprecedented and calls for a unique and unprecedented sentence of 27 years. Your Honor, I do have a number of victims and their representatives who would like to speak, and I believe our first one would be Eric Bland. I believe the mic right there is working, and this time I would, with the court's permission, allow these victims to address the court.
Prior to proceeding, we will take a 10-minute recess.
Back in session. Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Bland?
May it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Before I get started, I'd like to thank you for all the time and attention that you put into these cases over the last 2 years. A lot of personal sacrifice, a lot of ups and downs, and just on behalf of the families that I represent and my partner Ronnie Richter represents, just want to thank you. I also want to thank Attorney General Alan Wilson and Assistant Attorney General Creighton Waters, who is just a tremendous ambassador of justice. They've had a dogged pursuit of Alex Murdaugh in these cases, both the financial and obviously the murder cases, and Creighton is just a tremendous public servant. This day, Your Honor, was coming for 2 years, and we're happy it's here today. I just want you to know that we are satisfied that this is a very, very strong sentence that has been agreed to by the parties. It sends a clarion bell signal to not only attorneys, but to anybody who wants to victimize the vulnerable. This was predatory behavior. This wasn't Enron. It wasn't WorldCom. It wasn't stealing money from faceless people, from shareholders. This was Alex Murdaugh stealing money from those that were closest to him. Gloria Satterfield, who broke bread with him and his family for 22 years, helped raise his kids. Jordan Jenks, that you'll hear from, lifelong friend since they were 8 years old, grew up, played ball together. This is close theft. This is the unicorn of all thefts. And you know, he's on the Mount Rushmore of all criminals. He hit for the cycle. You know, he's convicted of money laundering, convicting of conspiracy, convicting of fraud, and most importantly, hit the home run. He was convicted of double murder. This is somebody that has tarnished our legal profession and tarnished our state. And, you know, we spent the past 2 years focusing on Mr. Murdaugh, but today is when we focus on the victims and the impact that his actions have had on victims. I met you for the first time at the bond hearing in October of 2021. I had never had the honor of appearing before you. And during that hearing, I said to you that Mr. Murdaugh needs to drink from the same cup of justice that every other criminal defendant has to drink from in our state. And I think today he's getting that full cup. It's served hot. And I'm very proud of what our state has done. But now let's focus on the victims. My partner Ronnie and I have had the pleasure of representing Tony Satterfield and Brian Harriet, along with the siblings of Gloria Satterfield. We've represented Alicia and Hannah Plyler, two sisters that you've heard about that were victimized by Alex Murdaugh. Jordan Jenks. We represented Sandra Manning. Nobody ever heard of Sandra Manning. She was the sister of Gloria Satterfield. $28,000 was missing. She was also a victim of Alex Murdaugh. We've represented Blake Hodge. Now, we've heard a lot of cases that talk about money theft, but there's a whole slew of other cases out there that deal with Mr. Murdaugh taking their cases. Blake Hodge was a paraplegic. And guess what he didn't do? He didn't file their cases on time. And case was lost on the statute of limitations. Those are victims too. We've represented Melvert Edwards, who's the father of Hakeem Pickney. We've talked a lot about Mrs. Pickney and Hakeem, but Hakeem had a father, Melvert Edwards. And there are some issues that concern that. So now I'm going to focus on Gloria Satterfield, because that was the trial that we would be doing yesterday. We were going to start this trial. And Gloria, I get very frustrated when I hear that she was just a housekeeper. She was so much more than that. I think Alex would agree she was so much more than that. She helped raise their kids, of Maggie and Alex's kids, Paul and Buster. She was a good woman. She was a good mother to Brian and Tony. And Alex exploited that woman, the woman who was in his house, the woman who helped raise his kids. He exhibited this type of predatory behavior where these people are not as educated as he was and is as a former lawyer. And he knew that they had something valuable. And he believed that their cases were his cases instead of the cases belonging to the client. So I'm going to introduce Brian Harriet. I'm going to introduce Tony Satterfield to the court and to everybody here. They're wonderful kids. They're Gloria's kids. Brian is a wonderful man, but he's a vulnerable adult. And Alex Murdaugh took advantage of this vulnerable adult. And it gnaws at me. And when I heard Mr. Wooders get up and go through the litany of crimes, I got nauseous. I'm sure I'm not the only one that got nauseous here. And so let's not delude ourselves. He's not just guilty of 22 crimes. He's guilty of all 102 of those crimes. And he will live knowing that he is guilty of those crimes. These boys, these men are wonderful Christian men, but their death of their mother was used to steal, to enrich himself at their expense. And I heard when he pled guilty, I wasn't in the courtroom a couple weeks ago, he used the words, "I wrongfully obtained." That's not wrongfully obtained. He stole. Use the right word. He was a thief. He used the word and said, "I misrepresented." No, you didn't misrepresent. You lied. That's what we have to talk about in this courtroom. He was a thief, and he stole, and he lied to these clients, those that are closest to him. He lied to his law partners. He lied to his own brother. $3.5 million of the $4.3 million that was recovered on behalf of the death of Gloria Satterfield, he stole. He took. And you heard Mr. Wooders, there's Mrs. Pickney coming in the courtroom. You heard Mr. Wooders say, he stole every dime, everything, every last penny from them. And, I heard it said that, Alex said 2 weeks ago, I'm really happy that I'm finally able to be pleading guilty, that I've been wanting to do this since September of 2021. No. You need to hear, Your Honor, what he has done since September of 2021 in order not to have accountability and in order not to accept responsibility for what he did. When we had the bond hearing, after the bond hearing, his lawyer said in a gaggle that the Satterfields should look to others to get their money. They shouldn't look to Alex, that there's other people that are responsible for that. That was the start. We sued him civilly. He didn't answer the complaint and accept liability and deny damages, which he could have done. He denied liability. From 12/21 through May of 22, we, my partner Ronnie Richter and I, negotiated a confession of judgment, the same confession of judgment that was introduced as, I think, Exhibit 23 by Mr. Wooders, for $4.3 million. The money that he stole. He accepted responsibility. Did he? You'll hear in a second. He did not. But took 6 months to get a simple confession of judgment that should have been signed immediately. The murder trial, Mr. Harpootlian, who's a wonderful lawyer, probably one of the best our state has ever produced, denigrated this guy on cross-examination, Tony Satterfield. Disrespected him. That's not a man that's accepting responsibility. That's not Alex Murdaugh accepting responsibility. After the trial ended in March, Mr. Murdaugh tried to add these two men to the federal court Nautilus action as party defendants. And it was said that if Nautilus wants any money, don't get it from Mr. Murdaugh. You got to get it from these guys. Because Mr. Richter and I, we recovered money, more than $7.5 million for them, but from other sources. If that wasn't enough, and Judge Gergel denied that motion, that wasn't enough to stop him. In the summer, they filed a motion to vacate the confession of judgment that he gave to them in May of 2022. He signed his name. He had two really good lawyers help him negotiate the terms. It was notarized under penalty of perjury. But then he went and filed a motion in our state court trying to vacate that confession of judgment. Judge Price denied it in August. Wrote an order that said, not happening. You gave it freely, voluntarily, without coercion or duress. You're a smart man. You knew what you were doing. Did it end there? No. They appealed it. They appealed that. Did it end there? No. We were supposed to have a trial, but for his plea 2 weeks ago. What happened next? They attacked the jury pool in Beaufort County. Incapable of being objective and fair because of all the publicity, the pretrial publicity. They didn't end it there. They attacked you. They filed a motion to recuse you from hearing the Satterfield case, saying that you, who has given your time, your sweat, and your blood, that you were conflicted, that you made any appropriate statements out of court. So the answer is no. He didn't want to do that in September of 2021, like he said 2 weeks ago, or was said in the courtroom. They did everything they could not to do it. But the calendar forced the plea. The 102 charges forced the plea. And there was all this about pretrial publicity, that somehow I caused pretrial publicity and others and people who wrote about it and podcasters or whatever. Boy, is that rich. The defense attorney himself's a podcaster. He started a podcast after the murder trial. They went to CrimeCon and they talked for 2 days about the case. They've done press conferences. They've done documentaries. They've gone on TV. If there's any pretrial publicity, it's caused in part by them. And they still came before you to say that Mr. Murdaugh couldn't get a fair trial. These victims' lives have been permanently altered. Let's focus on them. These are people that lost their mother, that lost their sister. The Plyler sisters lost their mother and brother. Arthur Badger lost his wife and was left to raise 5 kids, and you heard $1.3 million. He didn't get that money for 10 years. Do you know what it would have meant to that man to raise 5 kids with an additional $1.3 million? Thomas Moore, that Mr. Wooders talked about, a state trooper. He stole $125,000 from a state trooper. The man needed the money to retire. He couldn't retire because he had to pay back medical bills because he didn't have the $125,000.
Please, Court, Your Honor, I hate to interrupt this, especially since I'm one of the best lawyers that the state has ever produced. But he's talking about other people's clients now. I'd ask the court restrict him to his clients. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Bland?
These clients couldn't assess risk. These 2 men couldn't assess risk. They couldn't navigate their way through the system. Even though Jordan Jenks is a council member in Hampton County, he couldn't navigate his way through the system. He was best friends with Alex since 8 years old. Alex would have been the last person that Jordan would have thought would reach into his pocket and steal from him. He preyed on them like a wolf does a rabbit, Your Honor. Being a lawyer is everything to my partner and me. 35 years we've spent helping people. Every one of these lawyers here, Jim May, Justin Bamberg, Mark Tinsley, we do it because we love to help our clients. It's a sacred trust. None of us ever look at our client's case as a piggy bank. He did it for 16 years. Now, I even disagree with the state. The state tags the number at $8.5 million. No. The federal government tags it at $10.5 million he stole. It isn't a white-collar crime. It's a red-collar crime. It's a red-collar crime because it includes lack of remorse. Just a systematic pattern of taking from clients, taking from the Satterfields, taking from the Jenks, taking from the Plylers, taking from the Mannings. It never stopped. The only reason it stopped was because of the boating accident, or it would have continued. Every client was transactional, and he has done more damage to our profession. All the lawyer jokes that we lie, we steal, we double deal, we go back in chambers with you, and we cut deals behind our clients' back. He sent us back generations. Our state was a laughingstock until you got a hold of that murder case. So now the Satterfields have a judgment. It's in stone. They withdrew their appeal. My clients want their money, Mr. Murdaugh. When do you plan on paying it? They want that $4.3 million. I will never forget the words you used at the end of the murder sentence about how he will get visitors at night. It pierced me. And I'm here to tell you that Gloria Satterfield will visit him. That Alania Plyler and Hannah Plyler's mother and brother will visit him. All of these people will visit him and let him know that it wasn't okay that he that he used their trust and misused their trust, that he stole money from them. He will see them and they will visit him, and I hope they do. Because not only did he hurt these people, he hurt his whole family. There's good in his family. Not everybody's bad in his family. He hurt his son. He tarnished his son. His father's a thief, a liar, a conspirator, and a money launderer. So, in closing, I would like to thank you, Your Honor, for all the time you've given. I'd like to thank, again, the state. I want you to know that I am proud of the sentence. Yes, I wish it was more. We all wish it was more. But 27 years, doing 85% of his time, so that these fine people don't have to get up on the stand and be victimized over and over again, subjected to humiliating cross-examination. I think the finality of that is good, because I'm confident in a lot of the dominoes falling where they should. Don't forget, Judge Gergel still has a sentence coming, and it could be a consecutive sentence, so that if he lives long enough to get out of state court, forgetting about the double murder charge, but if he lives long enough and he walks out of state court and it's a consecutive sentence, he's going to walk to a federal prison. And I feel good that he will never breathe a fresh breath of air ever again. So on behalf of my clients, Your Honor, I thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think my partner wants to say just a very brief word. I appreciate your time.
Sir, thank you.
May it it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'm Ronnie Richter. I've been a lawyer in good standing of the bar of the state for 30 years now, Your Honor. I'm also a lifetime South Carolinian. What I want you to know about the clients that we represent is that they are the very best of us, that they are humble, that they're God-fearing, that they're honest, that they're hardworking. I've had a great career, but this has been the highlight of my career, to try to restore some faith that was destroyed by that man in the clients that we serve. I want you to know this too about the clients that we serve. None of them are victims. And I've heard the word said over and over. I'm even going to disagree with my partner. We don't have a victim in this courtroom. The word connotes that some accident has happened, that some misfortune has befallen them, that they are not victims. Prey, Your Honor. Prey is hunted. Prey is hunted by predators. Prey is taken when it's at its most vulnerable. But by any way of looking at what happened here, the people we represent are not victims. They are prey. And that man across the courtroom, by any measure, is a predator. And when I say to you that these folks represent the best of us, and I look across the aisle and I see Alec there, who was once a contemporary of ours, all I can think to myself is, for all the power, the privilege, the entitlement that he was born into, that, I mean, for God's sake, all that was ever asked of the man is that you wake up and be Alex Murdaugh every day. To have taken it so afoul is hard to reconcile. He's made his behavior complicated, but we figured out what he's done. He's tried to hide his true nature from us, but we figured out who he is. So the only question we're left with is why. And I'll suggest to the court this answer. It doesn't matter, because the only person who can answer that question is Alex Murdaugh, and he's demonstrated himself to be quite the cunning liar. Your Honor, in the opening, I heard Mr. Arputlian say something about T-shirts and bobbleheads, and that is unquestionably a shot at my partner, Eric Bland, and I do want to address that to the court. I want you to know, Your Honor, that my partner has gained some very well-deserved notoriety for his courageous representation of our clients, and that, yes, he has sold T-shirts and other merchandise, and that all of those proceeds have gone to charities, including the Wounded Warrior Project and others. No one came here today to sell a T-shirt. We came here today to finish a job. We came here today for justice. And we trust you, Your Honor, and we trust this court. We thank Creighton Walters and his excellent team for the work they've done in this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony Satterfield would just like to say briefly.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Morning,
Satterfield.
Your Honor. I do have one request. Do you mind if I face that way?
That'd be fine.
Because when I talk to people, I like facing who I'm talking to. Thank you. I really don't have words. You lied. You cheated. You stole. You betrayed me and my family and everybody else. And you did it at a cost of my mom's death, first of all. A couple Octobers ago, you wrote a half-hearted I'm sorry letter, which was half-hearted because your actions did not follow through that you were really sorry. So I'm going to read you. I have an apology. I'm sorry that you feel like you had to betray us, steal from us, cheat us, and lie to us. I'm sorry that your family has to now go through what they're going to have to go through the rest of their life because of your actions, of what you did. I want you to know that I forgive you. I will pray for you every day, that God gets a hold of your heart. And you may not know the gospel, so I'm going to share it with you. The gospel is the death, the burial, and resurrection of Jesus. That's how people are able to forgive people and able to do right and able to pray for those who hurt them and do things to them. So my heart is with you. My prayers are with you, and I just wish the best for you.
Thank you.
Look, this is Gloria's sister, Ginger Abbott.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Your Honor. If you allow me to speak, and again, I'd like to address it to Alec, if that's okay.
Okay. A little louder, please.
I would like to speak and address it to Alec if you don't
That
mind.
mic adjustable.
Can you speak? Do you hear me?
I don't know. Speak on it, please.
Can you hear me now? Hear me
Yes.
now? Now you hear me? Okay. Alec, Gloria worked very hard for you for 20 years, you and your family. She loved Buster and Paul as her own. She loved Maggie, and she trusted and loved you wholeheartedly. She considered you and your family as her own family. To have her loyalty and love and trust betrayed by you is very hard for our family to understand. We just will never understand. And how you were able to profit from her death is especially hard for us to understand and and cause unimaginable hurt to our family. The fact that if only you had given Tony and Brian just a very small portion of the money you stole from them, they would have appreciated it and been very happy while thinking that you had kept your word, done your legal duty, and looked out for them and their best interest. Instead, you chose to break the law that you had sworn to uphold, be greedy, and look out for your own best interest. Alec, in time, the wrong you did to so many people may be forgotten, but in hopes that Gloria and her pure heart, full of kindness and love, will not be forgotten, we started the Gloria's Gift Foundation in honor of Gloria and her memory by providing gifts to some needy children during Christmas so that Gloria will be remembered forever. And my heart goes out not only to my family, but today to hear all these families that you did wrong by. Those children that you stole from, everything. They lost a mother, and you stole every dime from them. I just don't understand. Did you not have a soul? I don't get it, Alec. I can't understand it. And I thank God maybe that I don't understand it. Because then I might be in the same situation as you. I just don't get it. And I guess I never will get it. So hopefully God will forgive you because you're going to need forgiveness. I just don't know. I'm lost for words, Alec. You are not the person that I thought I knew. And you come from a good family, but you wasted your life. And I hate you did your family the way you did, because you do come from a good family. And I'm sorry you threw your life away. Thank you, Judge, for allowing me to address.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And thank you for the state for everything y'all did for us to find justice.
That's on behalf of the Saturday.
Thank you.
Governor, I believe next person to address the court would be Justin Vandenberg, who represents a number of the victims here, including Miss P, Sasha Thomas, Angel Gary, Jamie and Richard, Johnny Bush, Christopher Anderson, and Randy Drawdy. Mr. Vandenberg.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Beside me is Miss Pamela Pinckney, and she would like to say just a couple of words. I'm reminded of a quote, and I think it's very fitting for today. It's that fairy tales don't tell children that dragons exist. Children already know that dragons exist. Fairy tales show children that dragons can be slayed. This process, from the beginning of the investigation through the state grand jury process, as Attorney Waters said earlier, a lot of people were afraid to participate, and it took courage. That grand jury process, this entire criminal justice process, not even thinking about the civil stuff, the criminal justice process, this has been the fairy tale. The children are the victims. It's the victims' family members. It's their closest friends. It's the people in our communities whether you're talking about Colleton County, where some of the charges were pending, or Beaufort, or Hampton, or Allendale, or Bamberg, or Orangeburg, those communities, the children. Today is such an important day because these victims, their loved ones, the community members, everyone knew that dragons existed. They've seen it. They watch TV, they read the newspaper. Everybody knew that dragons existed. Today, this sentence, Your Honor, will show all of them that dragons can be slayed. And that is important in our society. With regards to the sentence, and it's tough to reach a decision in talking with the clients and explaining them what the options are. We support the sentence. It is a lot of time in the quote-unquote legal white-collar arena. But there's another aspect to this. And I understand, I get it. I think my clients, the victims, understand that this entire ordeal for a lot of people, not just in our communities in South Carolina, across the planet, this entire ordeal has been very entertaining to them. And I don't say that in a negative light. They're not involved. It wasn't their mother who died. They didn't have to bury their son, right? There's a reason Law and Order is one of the #1 most watched shows that's ever been on television. It is entertaining to them. But for a lot of people, this has been one of the worst nightmares, the worst fairy tale that anybody could ever actually have to live. And it needs to come to an end. Again, one of the most amazing things that I've seen from my clients is the degree of grace. What's the saying? Act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. And a lot of them live by that. There are people who would have every reason and right to hate this man for betraying them, for what he did to their families. It's not just about money. These are not just names on a piece of paper or commas and decimal points. This was money that they needed for their lives. I believe there were victims who ended up getting put out on the street when their money got taken. If they had a reason to hate him or hate anybody, they would be justified. But the degree of grace and mercy that they have displayed by forgiving him, because that is their religious belief, and they stand on that. They don't just say that. They don't just do what Alec did and say, I have your back, or say this and do something else. They stand on that. And although they have every reason to be selfish as it pertains to the pursuit of accountability, the pursuit of justice against an individual who truly does not deserve grace from the criminal justice system, does not deserve any benefits from the criminal justice system, they're still willing to think about other people. And Your Honor, you know I come from Bamberg County. We're one of the smallest, poorest counties in this state, filled with good, hard-working people, much like all of the people that Alec victimized. Folks in Hampton County, folks in Allendale County, where literally you try to wake up, do the best you can do, keep a roof over your head, food in your fridge, and a couple of presents under the tree at Christmas time. These victims are also thinking about those communities, their neighbors. The reality is that if Alec were to have individual trials on all of these charges, these victims' neighbors and friends and community members would also begin to suffer, because those local governments, poor little Bamberg County, Allendale County, Hampton County, they're the ones who have to pay for it. The victims recognize that. I, as an attorney, recognize that. And based on the plea and the time that Alec is going to be sentenced, we understand. And there is a degree of value in finality. There is a degree of value for not just these victims, but these communities and the criminal justice system to be able to actually see the dragon be slayed in this courtroom and sentenced to prison for what will effectively be the rest of his natural life. It's no secret how tough SCDC is. People generally age a lot faster in there, and that's not something I celebrate. I don't say this excited and happy to be here. As a lawyer, I hate looking at Alec and seeing a former attorney sit there. I hate it. I hate to see somebody from our neck of the woods sit there. I don't celebrate that. This process has sucked. If it wasn't for the commitment to shining light on things and standing up for folks like Ms. Pinckney and others who needed it, I personally don't know how I would have made it through the process, because it's not enjoyable. And I don't think any decent person celebrates the downfall of another living, breathing human being, particularly somebody that they knew. But it's necessary. This has been a horrible, tragic, sorrow-filled fairy tale. And I think everybody is ready for it to come to an end, Your Honor. We'd like to thank Creighton Waters and the AG's office. They've done a wonderful job. And Your Honor, if it wasn't for the encouragement that Creighton and his team poured into people to let them know that the state had a true interest in accountability, I think that there would be far less charges, because people wouldn't have wanted to testify at the grand jury or have their name public or their face public. And there's a lot to be said for that. Today will make our system better. It will bring closure. And ideally, it will deter others. There's a whole nother discussion that can be had with regards to the fact that 27 years in prison is a very, very large, as you heard, if not the largest amount of time someone labeled a white-collar criminal could get in prison. But that's more so of a American criminal justice system discussion compared to some of the other offenses. But here today, I think that is a win. My clients support finality here, and I'd just like to thank you for all your time and attention that you have given this particular case. And at this point, I think Ms. Pinckney has something that she would like to say. Ms. Pinckney.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
To Mr. Murdaugh, because I am an ordained evangelist and I have Christ in my life, the 23rd Psalm says, Thou preparest the table before me. No, the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art is with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And because of what you did to me, I thank God for giving me strength to get through what I went through. Because without God, I wouldn't be here. And to you, Alex Murdaugh, I never thought that you would betray me and did me and my family the way we did, the way it was done at a vulnerable time in our life, at our lowest estate. We was in a terrible motor vehicle accident, and you just took us for granted. But all I want to say to you is I forgive you from my heart. On this day and forevermore, my prayers and endeavors shall be with you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. B. And Mr. Bamble, our next person to address the court will be Mr. Martin Tinsley.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Tinsley.
The longer I do this, the more I realize I don't know. I don't practice in this courtroom in terms of criminal defense cases. I don't understand why the label of a white-collar crime is given to these crimes, to the predatory acts that befell all of these people. The money that they were owed was owed because of blood, sweat, and tears. Hakeem Pinckney needed his money. The Badgers, who I represent, 6 children, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, and 11, are left with a single father, and he stole everything. And so I stand up here to say that I believe in accountability. I don't know that justice is served here, and I don't know that the punishment in this case is justified, and I don't want to be the odd man out. So I'll just keep it to myself and think it. Alec, you're a broken person. I don't think you're going to lie in bed at night and have people come to you. I don't think that those people matter. And I don't know when that happened, but clearly it happened where you matter more. And I feel bad for you as a result of that. I knew Paul and Maggie. I knew you. A lot of people thought they knew you. Clearly we didn't. I don't think you've always been this way, but somewhere along the way, you became broken. And you've justified it, and he's justified it every step of the way. And I stand up here, Your Honor, to simply correct the record. They didn't steal $1.325 million from my clients. The bank didn't help. The bank was complicit in every step of the way in enabling Alex Murdaugh to steal and pull this off. You asked about Eddie Smith. Eddie Smith was a check cashing scheme. Eddie Smith was being paid to cash checks, but that money is still out there, and he knows where it is. He didn't spend all that money on drugs. If he wants to be accountable, he wants to be contrite, he ought to tell these people where their money is. That's not going to happen. The same as he's not going to lay in bed at night and think about the wrongs and feel sorry for what he did. I don't envy you in having your job and the decisions you make. I recognize that there's value in finality. And maybe this is the right decision. I respect Your Honor. I respect this system. I stand up here merely to correct the record that my people have not been made whole. We are going to continue to seek accountability from the people that enabled him, that helped him, that were complicit in the thefts of their money. And so that's the reason I'm here today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our final person to address the court is Mr. Jordan James.
Evening, Your Honor.
Hello.
First of all, I want to say I duly respect your job in this entire case. I admire what you did.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alex. I've been waiting on this day. I've been waiting on this day to look in your eyes. I wanted to sit down with you one-on-one when I found out what you did. I just want to know why. I can sit here all, excuse me. Unlike a lot of these people here, these victims, I got a lot of intimate stuff that I could say. You remember all those wildlife hunts I had for law enforcement? Your entire family was the guest of honor. Mr. Buster, Judge Eldroff insisted on me taking care of them for the day. You don't know how many brownie points you got in my life from just that. I trusted you with everything. I knew I was going to break. I knew it.
Mr. Bland, can you reposition his mic so I can understand?
I knew I was going to break. Excuse me. I knew I was going to break. But I got some notes here. I don't even know if I can go through. Our family got a deep relationship, man. You remember making a comment to me after I found out, after we discussed the possible amount this lawsuit was worth, and you made a comment to me, and you said, don't spend all this money foolishly. Tell me what you did with $20 million that you stole. Part of it being mine. And you know, I'm sitting there crying. I want everybody to know, Judge, I need you to know. I'm not crying because of what he stole from me. I'm crying for what he did to everybody in the suit. These kids, these people dying. I didn't want to come up here and bash you, but I gotta ask you, what kind of animal are you? I can't even go over my notes. I'm not here to be your judge. Ultimately, that belongs to the good Lord and Savior. But may He have mercy on your soul. I didn't want to see you. When I saw you on TV in an orange jumpsuit, it hurt me. Still wasn't mad at you. Was this judicial system put together a system to deal with people that make bad choices? And my friend, you chose to make the choice you made. So I need the judge to know that I am full favor. I am in full favor of the court's recommendation for the 27 years. I can go back to us going to mediation. That you affected my wife. You chose to have Maggie deal with us those 2 days we were in Charleston in mediation. She catered to us hand and foot. You told me where to go and check into my room. We did. From that point, we never drove another foot. Neither did you. Maggie drove us everywhere we went. When all this came about, Paul, and Maggie, I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it. But after sitting here today and hearing some of the devious things that you did to people, these victims here, changed my mind, bro. Once again, I ask you, what kind of animal are you? Boy, I gave you my all. I would do the money you stole from me. You could have asked me for it, and I would have gave it to you if that's how I felt about you and your family. You didn't have to steal it from me, man. And I still, if there's any way possible, you set it up for me to be on your visitation list. I want to sit down with you. I want to look you in your eyes and talk to you when I can really talk to you. We got some intimate things we can talk about.
I would like that.
But why, bro? Why? Such a talent. Do you know what you just threw away? How talented you are? I don't understand. Mr. Harpoonian, nothing to do with you, but you made a comment earlier. about attorneys trying to sell bobbleheads and cups. Can you represent this man to sell those bobbleheads and cups to repay the victims that he stole from? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenks. Your Honor, that is all of the victims that wanted to address Your Honor today. I've obviously already spoken extensively. I know that we need to get to the defense and might have some final closing comments. But I will say this, Your Honor. I appreciate these folks speaking. I appreciate Mr. Bland and Mr. Richter, the passion they expressed. I appreciate and was blown away by Tony and his words. I appreciate so much Mr. Bamberg's words, putting in perspective some of the considerations that we have to consider in slaying the dragon, and having not only Mr. Bland but Mr. Bamberg and Mr. Tinsley having been there at the beginning of this investigation. I appreciate Mr. Bamberg putting in context the effect that these trials have on communities and have on the system. I understand Mr. Tinsley and some people saying, is 27 years and 85% enough? I understand you. I've wrestled with that over and over again as we thought about that. But we also have to realize the real human cost to multiple trials, because while this has become TV, it's not. It's not about that. It's not about trials to generate content. It's not about the notoriety. What it's about is getting justice like it's never been seen before, in a situation like it's never been seen before. And doing that in a manner that doesn't break the system in this county or other counties, and allows the state grand jury and law enforcement to focus on the next dragons that need to be slayed. And there's a lot of them. Is 27 years enough? I believe it's a practical life sentence, and I believe, like I said before, it's a unique sentence that no one's ever heard of for these types of offenses. But I echo what Mr. Tinsley said, and I understand his reservations, but I echo what he said when we talk about white-collar crime, because the effects are devastating. And I've handled a lot of white-collar crime, and I see those effects, and you heard it in the voices of these victims, and I've seen it in looking at their eyes. Because a lot of times with the violent crime, as horrible as they are, at some point you can process that some horrible predator broke in your house and did something to you. And it wasn't anything that you did. But with white-collar crime, it can be so devastating, lifelong devastating, because a lot of times that money can never be repaid. But the problem is that they start with trust. And that's different than being victimized in a violent crime. And sometimes that can be harder, a lifelong scar that can be harder because of that trust that you placed in someone. So I agree with Mr. Tinsley, and we have always taken very strong positions on white-collar crime. And ultimately, there's a happy medium somewhere. There's nothing happy about the situation, but there's a medium somewhere. I think that you heard from Ms. P. and Mr. Jenks and Mr. Tony Satterfield and Ms. Hadman. You heard that trust and how devastating that is. And so white-collar crime is just as bad. But Your Honor also knows that 27 years at 85% gets handed out for, less than that gets handed out for, unfortunately, for violent crimes as well. So this is a strong result. It is one that ensures finality. It is one that ensures that the system that has also been abused by that trust that was given to Alex Murdaugh when he was allowed to have that law license on the wall, that the system can start to heal as well. And it can focus on the next problems that it needs to address.
Out of the 100+ indictments I was assigned to handle, how many will be left?
This will resolve all of the state grand jury indictments. And so ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh agreed to a full factual basis as it relates to the crimes that he's pleading to as to the state grand jury ones. What we did was represent each victim with at least one and then sometimes multiple counts that are still outstanding.
Well, of course, the Chief Justice is not chief of just the state grand jury, but the entire court, unified court system. How many other indictments aside from state grand jury will remain if this plea is accepted against Mr.
There will
Murdaugh?
still be the county indictments for the side of the road that are still outstanding, that are not resolved by the state grand jury pleas here today. Unfortunately, I do not have that exact number in front of me. I think as it relates to Mr. Murdaugh, I think there's 4 charges that are outstanding.
What's proposed to be disposed of include all the state grand jury indictments only?
That's correct, Your Honor. This is a state grand jury plea here
And
today.
aside from the specific one, he is offering to plead guilty to, the remainder will be dismissed?
There is no deal on the table for those charges. The defense and the parties will discuss those after today, but this is to resolve state grand jury.
Referring the remainder of the state grand jury indictments will be
yes, sir.
dismissed.
Yes, sir. In return for his plea here today, he is agreeing to a full factual basis, except for the offered one that I mentioned before. So even though there are representative charges, he's agreeing to the conduct that's been alleged. Yes, he's pleading to 22, and the remainder will be null-prossed upon successful conclusion of this plea.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, the last thing I will say before I turn it over to the defense is on behalf of the Attorney General Alan Wilson, on behalf of the state grand jury team, on behalf of SLED and all the law enforcement partners that have worked so hard, DOR as well, that have worked so hard on this case, we would ask you to accept this plea and to issue the negotiated sentence of 27 years. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Harpootlian.
Please report, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
We would join the Attorney General in urging you to accept this 27-year guilty plea. It is, as he's pointed out, harsher than any defendant charged with similar crimes has ever received in the state of South Carolina. Alex Murdaugh stood before you and pled guilty, except for the one offered plea, guilty to this course of conduct. He has admitted that he is a thief. He has admitted that he lied about it. He has admitted that he victimized people that put their trust in him. That in no way entitles him to any mercy, if you will. But what it does do, I think that should demonstrate to the court, is that he's, rather than putting all these people through trials, he wants to put this behind him, understanding that there is a high likelihood on these charges alone he may never leave prison, although he has 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole for the murder charges. He would like to address the court and these victims, if Your Honor will permit it. He has a statement he'd like to read to the court, which should take about 5 minutes, and then, as I understand it, 10 minutes, I'm told. The only other thing we would say is this, that we, subsequent to today's proceedings, will attempt to work, and we believe we can work out a restitution amount, as the Attorney General's indicated to you already.
Do you all have an agreed number of days that he's entitled to credit for pursuant to Section 241340 of the South Carolina Code?
Your Honor, the amount that we've calculated is 505 days. That would be the time period from October 14th, 2021 when he was taken into custody on those initial two arrest warrants through March 3rd, 2023, when he began to serve his sentence for the double murder.
Do you agree with those days as being the proper number that he's entitled to credit for, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, we would say that he gets credit up till today. It doesn't. Well, I don't understand why it would stop upon his conviction for the murders.
All right, Your Honor, give me 1 second. I'll find the statute. I've also had those discussions with SCDC. I think it's
241340.
241340. If Your Honor will permit me, I can bring it up with my phone. But the language of that is very clear that you don't get to double dip, and that when he began to serve his sentence for the murders, that he no longer was also getting to claim credit for pretrial detention on other charges.
Well, Your Honor, I would suggest that you indicate he gets credit from October, whenever he was arrested, and if FCDC takes a position that he doesn't get credit for the time subsequent to his conviction on the murders. And by the way, if the murders were set aside for the sake of argument, which, as you know, we have a pending motion, then SCDC may interpret it some other way. But if it's an SCDC interpretation, we would just ask that you indicate that you give him credit from October 4th, subject to any SCDC interpretation.
In talking with SCDC, I mean, it has that box on the form, as Your Honor is aware, that says credit for time served shall be given as to be calculated by SCDC. I don't have a sentencing sheet in front of me. And so in discussions with them, they said that that's what they would do. They would have the bond form, and that they would calculate that amount of days and then come up with that. And obviously, I guess, if down the road there needs to be an issue litigated as to credit for this delta between March and today, then Mr. Harpootlian and I can handle it. But I know that SCDC, in looking at this and looking at 241340, would say that his credit that he's appropriate would be solely that time that he was on pretrial bond, and not given double credit when he's actually serving a sentence for double murder.
Your Honor, all we'd ask is that you comply with the sentencing sheet and say give credit for time served. And if there's a dispute between us and the Attorney General, more appropriate between us and the Department of Corrections, that's what administrative law courts are for. And we can deal with it there.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that you allow Mr. Murdaugh to address the court and courtroom.
Yes, sir. Mr. Murdaugh. Or Murdaugh.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you hold that, or do you need it?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna get over here and turn here.
Let me turn the page.
But thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to speak to the victims who spoke to me.
You need a hand free, or are you good?
Having a hand free would be helpful, but I can handle it without it.
Okay. You'll release one of his hands.
Hey.
Can I
Just
take
like this?
Just a free cuff. Can I take that off, sir?
Pardon?
Can I just take this free cuff off?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think I'm all right with that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I want each of you that spoke to know that I listened to you. I heard you. Your pain and your hurt is palpable. I get it. It's reasonable. And I promise you that it resonates with me. I understand it. I hope that the time will come when you can look back and know that despite the things that I did, that I care about each one of you. Because I do. I did terrible things. Each of you placed your trust in me, I was very proud of that. And I'm still today honored by that fact that I deceived each of you terribly. I did terrible things. Things that thinking about right now caused me to be hurt, caused me to be disturbed. I mean, it is so important to me that you know how bothered that I am by the things that I did. And it's important to me. After hours, days, weeks, months of self-reflection, I know now that I took more and more and more pills because I was hiding, or attempting to hide from the reality of the things that I was doing to all of you. I do care about each of you. I have special recollections of my interactions with each one of you outside of the terrible things that I did. JJ. I felt as close to you as anybody. I still do. As anybody I can think of. We grew up together. And JJ, we've hunted and fished together, alone, all over the low country. I mean, I think we've talked to each other about everything that's important to both of us. And man, I hate the things that I did. Our daddies were the best of friends. I mean, I mean it. When I say that I care about you, as hypocritical as that seems in light of the things I did, it is so very true. I did care about each of you, and I still care about each of you. Michelle, I can't think of a bad day that a hug from Miss Carey and a kiss from Miss Carey that she would always give when I would see the two of you, because I never saw one without the other, that wouldn't make better. And it was usually accompanied by some sage advice or words of wisdom that were always so perfectly appropriate for whatever was going on. And I truly love her, and I love you. And I am so sorry. There's so many others that aren't here today that I hope will listen or be listening one day, like Dion. Dion's daddy, one of my dearest friends. I can still remember going to Dion's graduation, spending time with him. One more thing, JJ, going back, I do want to tell you as to how close I feel to you. My wife loved you, and you are absolutely right about everything you said, but you are dead wrong about one thing. And I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. And it is important to me that you know that. Because she did love you. And I hope you know that. And I hope you know that I mean what I say here today. Jamie, Richard, man, Damien's uncle and daddy were as close to me and my daddy as people can be. Lord knows, Tony, I went to elementary school, middle school, high school with your aunts and your uncles. Ginger, how many classes did we have? I mean, I've grown up with you guys. I mean, Tony, you, and Brian and Gloria are like a part of my family. And I mean that as hypocritical as that sounds, and me saying it, as hypocritical as it sounds, it is the absolute truth. That does bring me to a point, and I will say that I say to Mr. Mr. Bland, Maggie and I raised our two boys with input from her mom and dad and input from my mom and dad. But we are the people who raised those boys, and us alone.
With the help of my sister.
Now, with that being said, Eric, with that being said, there is no person, period, that was more important to my family than Gloria was. To all of us. To me, especially to Maggie, to Paul, Lord knows he adored her. And I hope you know that. And Buster, and me too. I adore her. And I am so sorry. So sorry for the things that I did. And it is important to me that you know how sorry I am for the things that I did to each of you, to all my law partners. There's no guys. I mean, Danny looking at you here kills me, knowing what I did. I mean, you guys, we shared every facet of my life with every member of my family. And you are my family, Danny. And I have some more to say as we go along. We'll talk in some more detail. But to you, it is so important. Two things today that are most important to me is making sure that you do understand that I do care about each and every one of you. Number one. And number two, that I am so sorry and that I hate and am so bothered by the things that I did. And this brings me back to the text that came out in trial that I believe I sent to my paralegal, Christy, as I became better and less sick in rehab. One of the things that bothered me was knowing how I hurt the ones I love the most, the worst. And you all are included in that sentiment. I hope you know that. Tony, Brian, when I decided to make up the story and the claim about the dogs and Gloria, I did it with good intentions of helping you. I am so sorry that those intentions very quickly became selfish. And I am so sorry that I continue to involve you in my actions. And I am so sorry for everything that you, and I want to make sure the whole family knows that I am so sorry for everything that you have been through. And JJ, I really want to take you up on your offer that you proposed earlier. But I also hope that in time that each of you will be willing to talk with me, because I would like, as time moves on, to continue to reiterate just how sorry I am and just how important it is to me that you know that. So I'd like for you to think about it. Despite what was said in this courtroom today, I can tell you that through my attorneys, I have been asking for a plea offer since the very beginning. The very beginning. I formally pled guilty within 2 weeks of receiving the very first plea offer. That was in this courtroom however many days ago. But I formally pled guilty within 2 weeks of receiving the very first plea offer. And you've heard a lot of talk about the sentence. And I will tell you that the sentence that I'm agreeing to is harsher than I wanted. It's certainly harsher than I had hoped for. I will tell you that while I am pleading guilty for a number of reasons, all of which I believe are valid, none of those reasons is more prominent than my hopes that seeing me punished will help each of you heal and begin to be able to put this behind you. Because I can see it. I mean, I can see, I can feel, I know what you've been through. I don't know it, but I sense it. And I am so sorry. Now I want to talk to a few different people. I want to start with Buster. Buster. I am so sorry that I let you down. I am so sorry that I have not been able to be with you. During such hard times. I am so sorry that I did so many things that are so contradictory to every single thing Mom and I ever taught you and Paul. I am so sorry. I am so very sorry that the things that I did and that I am pleading guilty to here today have somehow caused some people, especially people on social media, and some people in the media, to somehow believe that based on the things that I did, that it is somehow okay to make false, baseless, unsubstantiated claims against you that are not only based on no facts and no evidence whatsoever, but are also not based on any semblance of reality whatsoever. And I am so sorry that you have had to go through that. I know, Buster, that you know that I have always been proud of you. I have never been more proud of you than I am for the way that you have handled all of the adversity that I put on you. Your whole family is proud of you. Mom is proud of you, and Papa is proud of you. I see in letters, emails, and messages that people give to my attorneys how impressed people are with the way that you have carried yourself through all of this. I want you to remember that rational, reasonable thinking people never make as much noise as haters do. I want you to continue to tune them out and continue to be the bigger person as you have this whole time. I want you to continue to stay positive. And stay the course. I love you so much. And I am so proud of you. Next, I'd like to address and speak to my mom, my brothers, my sister, my nieces and my nephews, who I love dearly, my aunts, uncles, cousins, the rest of my family. I am so sorry that I let each of you down. I am so sorry that I humiliated each of you. I am so sorry that I destroyed our family's reputation. With these terrible things that I have done. I am so sorry that my actions that I'm pleading guilty to here today somehow made people on social media and in the media think that it's okay to falsely attack two of the three best men that I've ever known. And that's my father and my grandfather. Two men who spent their life in service, helping others. Two men fully and wholly committed to justice. Two men who were most honest and most decent. And if they were here today, two men that would be devastated by what I have done. And you know that. And you know that. Next, I want to apologize to my mother and father-in-law, although I hate the term in-law, as they have always treated me like one of their own. Also to my sister sister-in-law, Mac's sister, Marion, her husband, my brother-in-law, my nieces, who I adore. My aunts and uncles and cousins on Mackie's side. I'm so very sorry that I let you down. And I am so very sorry that I humiliated you. And I am so very sorry. And I had Buster, back to this, that I have negatively affected Max and Pawpaw's memory. And legacy. I also apologize because I know and I know in my heart the actions that I am pleading guilty to here today and the stress from all of that contributed to the health issues of the third of the three best men that I know. Papa T. I think about it every day, how my actions have affected him and all of you. And it eats a hole in me. Next. And I'm sorry, this is taking longer than I had anticipated. Next is my brother Randy. I say that I am sorry to you because I know for a fact that the actions that I'm pleading guilty to here today have caused you terrible, terrible problems. I am so sorry that my actions alone, have caused you to be so wrongly and falsely attacked. And that my actions have caused your integrity to so wrongly be questioned. Because I know, and those who know you know, that you are, without a doubt, one of the most honest and high integrity people that's ever walked this earth. And I hate that the things that I have done have somehow made that an issue for you. I will challenge any negative-minded person as it pertains to Randy to go and find one single person, anywhere, who truly knows you or who truly knows him, who doesn't have an ulterior motive, to tell you that he's not one of the most honest people that they've ever known. And I am so sorry that I went to such lengths to hide my addiction and my criminal actions from you, because I know that you would have helped me before things got so out of control. Next. I apologize to my law partners. Danny, you're the only one I see here. I assume you're the only one here. Talk to you as hard as it is. I am so sorry that I have caused so much trouble for people that I love so much. I love you, and I love each of you. I'm sorry I let you down. I'm sorry that I humiliated each of you. I'm sorry that I caused you to have to go through what you've been through. I'm sorry that I destroyed our law firm, a law firm that you know, that I dearly love. And I'm sorry I let you down. I'm sorry that I've caused each of you to be questioned. Every one of you is not only one of the best lawyers that I've ever been around, but the best people that I've ever been around. such good, such compassion, such smart, such giving. And such decent people. And I, again, am so sorry that I went to such great lengths to hide my addiction, and to hide my criminal acts from each of you. I know you would have helped me before things got so out of control. There's no doubt in my mind. I say, Johnny, that he was a great mentor to all of us. I learned so many good things from him. I am sorry that I failed him. I hope one day that Johnny will listen to this, so that he will know how much I miss him, and I miss our chats, and he'll know what I'm talking about. Danny? They don't make enough good words for me to accurately depict how I feel about you. You know the things that you helped me through. And you know how you helped Maggie. When she didn't think she had anywhere else to turn concerning her son. I hope you know how special you are. To me, especially. But also to Buster for all you've done. And I mean it when I tell you that it hurts me so much to know that I had disappointed you. And I know that that is an understatement. I now apologize to every single person who cares about Maggie and about Paul, because I know that the things that I did, that I'm pleading guilty here today, allowed SLED and the Attorney General's office to focus on me and not to pursue the person or the people who hurt and killed Maggie and Paul. And I am so sorry for that. To each one of you, and to those who might be listening, who are not here, I want to reiterate again just how sorry I am. I want to try to make sure to look at each one of you right now, so that hopefully when you leave here, you will know and believe that I was sincere in my hopes that you understand how much I care about you and how sorry I am for the things that I have done. I'm still, as I said, after a lot of reflection, I'm still not sure how I let myself get where I did, where I could do the things that I did to all you people that I care about. I'd like to say to any and everyone who's suffering from addiction, please get professional help. Don't let pride get in your way the way I did. I had people who loved me, who tried to help me. Many, many more people who I know would have helped me. I had resources. I had access to more resources. And I still couldn't beat it. I tried many, many times. It's just too hard. I say, please get professional help. I'm very proud, as I stand here today, to be 812 days clean. But I didn't do it soon enough. Please get help now. There are so many wonderful facilities out there with professional people who care and who do wonderful, wonderful work. I would like to say a special thank you to the people at Evolve Recovery Rehabilitation Center and at Sunrise Detox for all the wonderful care that they gave me. Every single day, I utilize the processes that they taught me, and I use the tools that they gave me in hopes that tomorrow I can add another day to my total. Lastly, I want to thank the men and women who have sent me letters, emails, and given messages to my attorneys with genuine messages of support. They mean more to me than you could possibly know, and I appreciate it. Last thing I want to say, Your Honor, is that I am fully committed to trying to be a better person. I'm going to do as much good as possible and help as many people as I can while I'm incarcerated. I remain fully and wholeheartedly committed to finding a way to somehow make those who love me proud again in some small way. I appreciate each of you talking to me. I appreciate each of you looking at me while I'm talking to you. You can tell that you're listening, and I appreciate it. I'm going to say one more time, I hope you know, I hope you believe that it is heartfelt. And the two things that I hope you take away today are, number one, that I care about you, and number two, that I hate the things that I did, and I am so sorry. And Your Honor, I thank you for letting me address you and for letting me address the victims. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. We're going to take a break now for 45 minutes. It's for a 45-minute lunch, and we'll be back at 2:47, thereabouts.
Court's back in session. Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, we had a victim arrive. She was at work and arrived during Mr. Murdaugh's presentation to the court, and we would ask him, the defense, I believe, has agreed to let her address the court very quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, yes.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everybody for just,
Does the mic work, or you're not speaking into it?
Yes.
Speak a little loud.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank everybody for giving me this chance. You, Judge Newman. I want to address Mr. Murdaugh. Mr. Murdaugh, it's been years since my mother, Blondell Gary, had passed in an ambulance accident on Old Sheldon Church Road. When he took the case, I trusted you. I really trusted you, like a lot. Like I had a lot of faith in you, because my friend Miss P, she had told me about you, and so I entrusted you. But you know what? Today, I thank God. You know, God gave me this time just to tell you that I forgive you. I forgive you. And I hope and pray that you would look to him and ask him truly in your heart to forgive you of everything that you have done, all of your sins, because what you did to all of the families is just so wrong. It's wrong. So just ask him, just ask him to forgive you. I forgive you. Okay? Just know that I do. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Your Honor, that would be the state's presentation. I would just say in closing that I think Your Honor just got a taste of what all these victims have gotten. And I think that he talked about these special recollections. It's good to know he has recollections about some things. But he's good. He can look people in the eye. But we've seen it all before. We saw it for 2 days at the murder trial. We saw it in Dave Owen's car. And all of these victims have seen it over and over again in their interactions with him and in his office. But even as we heard that entire soliloquy, even now, his only concern, the main thing he was concerned about, was how he felt others perceived him, his perception in the mind of others. And I'll just close with saying what I said to you right before sentencing in the murder trial, that when he sat there and looked all these victims in the eye, it was the same thing that he had done when he stole from them. It's the same thing that he's done in his interactions with police. And the reality is that not one single person who thought they knew this man, and there were so many who thought they did, not one single person knew who he really was. And Your Honor, it's time for, at least in these proceedings, respectfully, for the system to be done with him, and we would ask you to accept the 27 years. Thank you.
Your Honor, we have nothing further to say except we urge you to adopt the Attorney General's position on accepting the negotiated plea.
Yes, sir. Where there's a negotiated sentence, as I stated earlier, either the court accepts the guilty plea and impose the exact sentence that the parties have negotiated, or the court will not accept the guilty plea. We've now spent 2 days listening to the recitation by the state and the defense, and I will accept the negotiated sentence and accept the guilty plea. Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll come around for sentencing. It was September of 2021 when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court assigned me to preside over the pending investigations involving the various offenses that you are being investigated for, initially including these financial crimes and the murder cases. And I have lived with this case now for over 2 years, and I have 34 days left before active retirement. And after imposing this sentence, your life will continue. I will turn the page and leave you behind. You're quite an enigma, a person that many of us thought we knew. And as I stated earlier, I can only recall you as being a fun-loving, happy person. I've never seen you sad. I've never seen you being anything other than a friendly, caring person. And it's so disappointing to see you again in this setting. I believe the last time we saw each other and you were not in jail was at a conference when you were poolside having a good time. And as it turns out, that was a couple of months after the passing of your wife and son. But you were having a good time. Made nothing of it, and then the Labor Day weekend events occurred, and next thing I know, I'm assigned to preside over all of your matters. Not only your matters, but others as well. And we started out with over 100 charges, indictments against various folks, and we've whittled that down to just a handful outstanding. And I'm happy to turn the page and turn, not turn the remnants over to anyone else, but to certainly turn over anything pending against you to someone else. It's been said that these are white-collar offenses. I've never had that distinction. I've never thought of it that way. I've looked at criminal offenses as criminal offenses. You know, 3 property crimes in South Carolina you can get 10 years in prison. People have gotten 10 years for shoplifting, 3rd offense. I've sent people into retirement for committing criminal offenses over and over and over again. But I've never thought of it as being a white-collar offense. Haven't had employees do embezzlement, church secretaries stole money, preachers stolen money, many offenses. But I never draw a distinction between a violent crime and other crimes. certainly the law makes a distinction, and many violent crimes are non-parole offenses. The plea I'm accepting with you, you must serve 85% of the time. The parties have indicated that they are the victims, to the extent that they can be called victims there. That's my preferred term for the group of people who have been preyed upon or victimized. They've all indicated that they would like for the court to accept the negotiated sentence. It is a stern sentence. The question was asked, what kind of animal are you? You're an enigmatic person. I don't know that you understand yourself. What comes to mind is a young man that I sentenced to death penalty for killing a police officer and setting his body on fire. And though personally I was opposed to capital punishment, he was sentenced to death. And in writing up that sentence report, I concluded that he was heartless. He was just empty. And when I see you and I listen to you and I reflect on all that I've seen since being appointed, assigned to these cases, you come closest to that young man. Being empty, I don't see anything. I tried to reach you at sentencing in the other case. I've listened to you here today, and I don't see anything there. Hopefully something will emerge within your spirit, within your soul. Certainly, being a person of your age and intelligence and experience, you have a lot to offer to the people that you encounter on a daily basis in the institution, and I think it's admirable that you've indicated that you will help them and continue to try to do good by them. You'll certainly have a lot of opportunity to do that. You know, as we look at it, all of us, you know, none of us are perfect. Many of us do things that we shouldn't do. It's just unimaginable to me that you have done some of the things that you've done, and whether it's you or someone you become upon using drugs or through the process of just committing the crimes over and over the period of years. I don't know. I don't even know who I'm speaking to now. But being a person of power and influence, and the question is raised of what type of character do you have? A person who would prey upon folks who are vulnerable and who are of a lower perceived estate than you, how you would prey upon those people who you say you love, and you capitalize on a disparity of what you have versus what they had and what they need and what they desired. You know, in my years, I know of no greater joy as a lawyer that I've had during my 47 years as a lawyer, then the joy of giving, of having a satisfied client, of delivering good results for a client, and experiencing that joy with them, I can think of no greater joy than I've experienced in being able to deliver on behalf of a client. And I'm sure you've experienced that joy as well, until you decided that the only joy you're concerned about was your own. I take no joy at all in imposing this sentence, but it is what it is. And you'll have to suffer the consequences of your acts, continue to suffer the consequences, and hopefully some good will come out of you as you move forward. There are a number of counts here, a number of indictments, and you'll get an individual sentence as to each one. On indictment, GS 4727, for money laundering, the sentence is 20 years. Obtaining signature of property by false pretenses, the sentence is 10 years. The second count of obtaining property by false pretenses, count 7, 10 years. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent, value more than $10,000, the sentence is 10 years. Another, obtaining property by false pretenses, count an indictment 4730, count 4, sentences 10 years. Money laundering on indictment, same indictment, count 5, sentences 20 years. Money laundering, count 8 of that indictment, the sentence is 20 years. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent, indictment number 32, count 1, sentence is 5 years. Money laundering under indictment number 33, count 2, the sentence is 20 years. Money laundering under indictment 34, count 2, the sentence is 20 years. Forgery, value $10,000 or more under indictment 35, count 5, the sentence is 10 years. Computer crimes under indictment 36, the sentence is 5 years. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent under indictment ending in 37, the sentence is 10 years. All those sentences will run concurrent with each other. Money laundering under indictment ending in 38, count 2, the sentence is 7 years consecutive to sentences previously stated. Under indictment 01, 4701, breach of trust with fraudulent intent, the sentence is 10 years concurrent. Breach of trust, fraudulent intent under indictment ending in 02, count 1, sentence is 10 years. Under Indictment ending in 10, count 1, sentences 5 years concurrent. Money laundering in indictment ending in 23, count 3, the sentence is 20 years. And indictment ending 24, obtaining goods under false pretenses, sentence is 10 years. Willful intent to evade or defeat payment of taxes under indictment 34, sentences 5 years concurrent. You have one 20-year sentence and a consecutive 7-year sentence for a total sentence of 27 years. Most of the offenses pled to are serious offenses under the law, subjects you to the 3 strikes law. You are given credit for time served pursuant to section 241340 to be calculated by the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I think that completes the sentence. Anything further regarding this sentence?
Your Honor, just for clarification, and I think the sentencing sheets reflect this, but he's got all those sentences concurrent for 20,
Yes.
and then there's one 7-year consecutive sentence. So he's got a 27-year sentence, 85% parole
Yes.
eligible, max out.
Yes,
Right.
and it's reflected on the sentencing sheet.
Yes, sir.
Any comment about that, Mr. Waters or Mr.?
That is correct, Your Honor. There's 20 years at 85% and then a 7 at 85%. And again, those are no parole offenses, meaning got to do 85%.
Right.
Or more, depending on how he behaves.
And that's the sentence of the court. Mr. Murdaugh, any final comments?
No, sir. I will just reiterate what I did say to all of you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck to
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor, and enjoy being with you.
Yes, sir. Very well. Enjoyed being with you as well.
You're not on the road.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Very good. Thank you all for a job well done.